One chilled Hallows Eve I rose, and sat right down to writing, for none had bothered to propose to their parties my inviting. So I crafted such a macabre tale there in my darkened room, to achieve literary justice and send each to their doom.
Welcome, everybody, to Macabre Monday. I am Action Shakespeare, and I would like to thank Strawbros for the raid and dumping a whole bunch of people on me right before I even start the stream. Welcome, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Action Shakespeare. I like to play a variety of games on Mondays, and today is Macabre Monday, and we're going to be playing the visual novel Along the Edge, which is going to mostly just be a lot of reading, as you might guess. I've heard really good things about this title. It is one of those things, the like persistent review is that it has a wide variety of choices and endings and stuff that are a lot more subtle in their impact than you might guess. And so that's where we're sitting right now. It is weirdly, the windowed mode is kind of presented like it feels like I'm playing a browser flash game. It's got this little like closer out here. There's a tutorial, so let's dig right into it. Along the Edge is an interactive graphic novel. During your adventure, you'll be asked to make choices that will define how your story progresses. Some of these choices will have direct consequences, forking the story in one direction instead of another. However, each of your decisions, even the most anecdotic, will have an impact on the personality of the main character, Daphne. Your progress is automatically saved. The button in the bottom left brings you to the last checkpoint. This allows you to read the latest sentences again, but not to change a choice you've already performed. This button gives access to the menu. There you'll find a display option. This game is very much feels like it's made a little bit for mobile game. For phones. Display option brings you back to the main menu. Mute and unmute the sound. When one of your decisions influences Daphne's personality, one or two symbols light up on the top of the screen. The sun, the globe, the moon, and the star. And along the edge, your decisions are neither good nor bad. The branching of the story opens different narrative hypotheses, shaping your adventure according to your choices. Choose wisely. Whew, getting the cotton out of my mouth. There's going to be a lot of reading today. Alright. Yeah, music's looking fine. It's not too loud for anybody. Looking good. Let's just get right into it. Oh. No, I read it already. It's cool. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. So, is it settled? Yes, I guess I need this fresh start. This inheritance, it's exactly what I needed to finally turn the page. I know you've convinced yourself of this, but are you sure of what you really wish to achieve by relocating? After all, you recently went through major trauma. There's still a lot of ground to cover. Between you and I, you know what I think of your decision, but I can't prevent you from leaving. Did you already find a job there? Yes, I did. I'm substitute teaching for a math teacher at the village's middle school. Pregnancy leave. 6 months. Should give me enough time to get my bearings. Damn, that's a good pregnancy leave. Don't you mind giving up your PhD? Your research career was quite promising. I do, but I have no choice. Of course I do, but if it's the price to pay to get myself out of this situation, then I have to give it a shot. I see. One last thing. I know your relationship with Frank is quite tense. It is. We broke up recently, you know, and I used to count on his support. After so many years together, I need time. I guess you're fully aware that you're about to break your ties with him. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Did you at least inform him of your plans? Is that like... I guess it's not his... necessarily out of his business, but like... It's not that easy. I don't know how to tell him I'm leaving. You should at least give him a phone call. Despite what happened between him and you, he has a right to know you're leaving the area. What happened? I feel like that. I feel like what happened might be an important detail. Listen, Daphne, you have my number. Please, don't be afraid to call me if you need anything. I'm counting on you. Okay, I will. Then all I can do is wish you all the best. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Chapter 1. August. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've inherited this family house, my grandmother's. I haven't known her, and now I never will. My mother had burned the bridges with this side of the family. The only side, by the way, since I've never known who my father was. I remember the birthday cards, though. My mother had hidden them between 2 piles of laundry in the linen closet. If the link had been broken, it wasn't my grandmother's fault. And here I stand, 10 years later, inheriting this big house 300 miles away, having myself cut off all contact with my mother. That's what they call karma, isn't it? The other PhD students asked me to meet them at the bar. I could also go see Frank to say goodbye. And of course, I can also just go home. Which I do. Flat. British. I feel like I should be doing everything in a British accent with this little revelation. Let's go to the bar. Let's hang with the bros. I went to the bar to meet the other students. I didn't have it in my heart to refuse. I've never really integrated myself in this small group. In fact, all they think about is their career at the university. I know I'll regret giving up my research, but on the other hand, I didn't see myself having a brilliant career. Despite their cool and easygoing attitude, I know the others would gladly kill each other for an article in Nature. I've never been at ease in this environment. All I ever wanted was to help advance science, add my stone to the building. I know it's a bit of cliche to think like that, but it's the truth. Science will have to make do without me, and I don't think it's losing much. I can't believe I thought they wanted to surprise me, to celebrate my leaving, but then I haven't told anybody, except my research director. He seemed a bit disappointed at first, and then not that much. I should go. I have to take the road early tomorrow. When I got home, I took the phone. As always, I've waited until the last moment. I can't not tell him I'm leaving. It would have been so much easier if I had called him 2 months ago, 1 month ago, 2 weeks ago, etc. I couldn't. I still can't. Hearing his rugged and husky voice... Sorry. It would remind me again of all I've lost. All we've broken. I dialed the number as if it was yesterday. Of course, it's late, and the robotic voice of the operator notifies me that the person I'm trying to call isn't available, that I can throw a bottle to the sea if I feel like it. I don't feel like anything, so I hang up before spluttering something I'm sure I'll regret as soon as I've said it. Well, never mind. That's it. Everything I own is packed in a couple of boxes. I'd like to be sad to leave, but I really don't mind. My last night here, I don't know what I'm hoping to find there. A fresh start? I'm trying to convince myself of that. Maybe Dr. Durant is right. Maybe all of this is nothing but evading the issue. Did my mother feel the same when she left my grandmother's village 30 years ago? Am I walking in her footsteps after all? The difference is that she had me. I'm leaving alone. I'm asking myself too many questions. I've taken my decision. I can't afford to go back. I can't undo what I've done. I'll try to get some sleep. Oh, with the shades. 300 miles. I got up way too early. The trip is going to be long. Little by little, civilization slowly gives way to empty space. The highway is replaced by an interlacing of small roads, and the clear directions given on the major routes turn into a tracking game that's getting increasingly trickier as I get closer to my destination. The road goes through the village, which I cross quickly. Although I thought I was getting away from the agitation of the city, all this peace and serenity seems to hide something nefarious. Almost ominous. After a couple miles, I turn into a dirt track, overrun with weeds. I go through the gates marking the limits of the family domain. Then, on the right, I see a small stone house. That must be the outbuilding where the couple of wardens live. It was specified in the act of succession the notary made me sign. I decided to leave the car there. I don't feel like driving all the way back in reverse if the track turns out to be dead. Oh, a dead end. Walking a bit further, I see a man coming toward me. He's carrying a rifle and a dead rabbit by the ears. Great first impression, dude. Hello, miss. You're on private property. Did you take a wrong turn? Yeah, what am I doing? Hello, I'm looking for the Delator family domain. Am I in the right direction? Oh, you're not lost then. Why are you here? Oh. Redo. Oh, you're not lost then. Why are you here? I'm Daphne, Adelaide's granddaughter. Gerard Bertine. I'm the warden. Nobody told me you were coming. Is the house open? No. Well, yes. It's been a couple of months now since Mrs. Delator passed away. So with my wife, Gilberte... We've made sure everything was weatherproofed, but the door isn't locked. Really? Well, the only path goes by our house, and there's not a lot of visitors anyway. The villagers usually avoid coming up here, you know. I understand. This place is hella haunted. Why is that, mister? Why are they avoiding the house? Oop. Click that. People get worked up for nothing around here. An old lady living alone in a big house who doesn't go out much, that's enough to make them talk. Thank you, sir. I'll be in the house if you're looking for me. I'll send you my wife, Gilberte. I'm not confident in that pronunciation whatsoever. She'll help you open the shutters. Keep going along the path. It's not very far. You can't get lost. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Bertine. Hi, have a nice day. I'm not confident in any of these names. About 500 feet further, the path in the woods opens on a kind of meadow where the house was built. Although several generations of Delators lived here, I discovered this legacy for the first time. The building is impressive, with its tower in the middle of the facade, the last remain of an older version of the castle and certainly at the origin of my family name. As promised, the door isn't locked and opens to an entrance hall plunged in darkness. As I cross the threshold, I'm seized by the coolness of the old stones, breaking with the searing heat of the midday sun shining over the garden. I can't see much of the room, but its size promises to be intimidating. That might be a nice change from the tiny city flats I used to live in. I'm desperately trying to open one of the windows to let the light in when I'm surprised by a voice coming from the entrance. Oh! Miss? An old woman is standing at the threshold. Yes? My husband told me you're coming to the house. Are you planning to stay for the night? Much more than the night. I'm moving in. Oh, and call me Daphne, please. I'll get my share of Miss and Madam when I start working at the school. Are you aware of the inheritance? Oh, this piano's really picking up. Take that notch down in my ear. So you're Madam's granddaughter, then? She used to talk about you a lot, you know. I remember you. Well, I mean, it was a long time ago. You were still a baby when Miss Sophie left. Madam never got over it. Well, I'm sure you have a lot to tell me, but can't you do it while helping me open the shutters? Oh, sure, I'm sorry. So are you moving into the castle? You're going to work at the village's middle school, aren't you? Yes, I'm a math teacher. I'm going to teach there. Well, at least for the next 6 months, as a substitute. So tell me, how do you want to proceed? Man, 6 months maternity leave sounds pretty cool. Couldn't be me. I'm speaking for the United States of America, but also my own biology. Yes. I almost read the line again. I mean, I know you've been working for my grandmother, but I'm sure I can afford your services if you see what I mean. The inheritance left me barely enough to cover the cost of the house for a couple of years. Oh, don't worry. Gerard and we've retired 2 years ago, but Madame didn't forget us in the legacy. She was kind enough to let us live in the outbuilding for the rest of our days. We'll help for as long as we can, my husband and I. We've done this all our life. Work doesn't scare us. And anyway, it would be boring to have nothing to do all day. Your help is more than welcome. That's great news. Without some help, I don't know how I would have managed to get everything done in such a big house. And we'll be happy to give a hand. Would you like me to get you some groceries from the market tomorrow? I used to do it for Madam. Since Miss Sophie left, she didn't get out much. No, don't worry, I'll go. You'll give me an opportunity to check the village out. Miss Bertine helps me make my bed, the windows now wide open, let the stuffy smells out while ushering in the golden light of the sun, setting on this nice summer evening. Then she leaves me alone for my first night in my new home. I spend it watching the antique television in the kitchen while eating, for dinner, the leftovers of a sandwich I bought earlier on the highway. I try to get some sleep, far from the reassuring sounds of the cars and the lights of the city, with this forest silence only interrupted by some disturbing squeaking of the floorboards and the hooting of a hunting night owl. It's not surprising I got up in quite a bad mood, and if the sight of the empty fridge hadn't pushed me to act, I would certainly have succumbed to the inviting comfort of the sofa and wasted my day napping in the living room. Ooh, ouch. The market. It wasn't exactly what I imagined. We all have this romantic notion of the picturesque little country town market, but this one was nothing but purely functional. Nothing romantic in the butcher's stall, nor in the fishmonger's radio, tuned in way too loud on a local station that seems to broadcast, at this hour of the day, a playlist of songs that used to be popular but are utterly old-fashioned nowadays. You turned into out-of-touch radio. KOLD. I'm buying some bread when somebody boldly cuts me in the line. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Give me 3 baguettes and 2 nut bread. Slice, please. I'm sorry, but I believe it was my turn. It will only take 1 instant, don't worry. Do we kick this guy's ass? Just immediately? Fuck him up? I'm gonna get worked up. I'm gonna get angry and evil. Who do you think you are? You're not from around here, are you? What does it have to do with anything? Listen, miss, please inform yourself before you start making a scene. It's a little bit embarrassing. See, I'm done already. I didn't take that long, did it? Have a nice day. The man put some change in the baker's hand before disappearing in the street. Seriously, who's this guy? You're not from around here, are you? It's Maltaire's son. His family owns a sawmill that employs half the town. As for the other half, they're all business with them, one way or another. All in business, rather. Does it give them the right to behave like this? You shouldn't cross the Maltaires, you know. They've been in town for generations, and people say all sorts of things about them. Fucking French mafia douche. We're gonna get them. What kind of things? Strange accidents, businesses suddenly going bankrupt. People are quite superstitious here. Doesn't make any sense. I'm not picking up the hints. They shouldn't take advantage of people like this. I'm gonna get them. Whoa. I wish I knew what any of these symbols meant. But I guess that's my fate in the first run. I'm sure you're going to remind me that I'm not from around here, but taking advantage of the villagers' credulity it's disgusting. Listen, I'm leaving the area soon, so you'll understand I don't want to drag myself into this. The others told me to be careful with this family, and I don't want any trouble. I see. I realize I've already been here a couple days, and I haven't taken the time to visit the house properly. With my tight schedule, I stayed in the main rooms, going from the bedroom to the kitchen through the living room. It's high time I take advantage of the weekend to give myself the grand tour. Maybe I'll learn a thing or two about my grandmother and this family I know nothing about. Maybe I'll find a dead body. I could also ask a couple of questions to Mrs. Bortine, but until now she has remained very evasive. If I go see her outside her work hours, she might be more inclined to answer me. She's a very discreet woman, and somehow always manages not to be in the same room as me. If I leave the kitchen for a while to take a shower, for example, when I come back, I always find out that the leftovers of my breakfast have been put away. The table has been cleaned up, and the dishwasher is gently humming. I've told her several times not to make my bed, that I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. She seems to acknowledge, but keeps making it the next morning anyway. So I guess she might enjoy a friendly visit. Where should I start? Do we explore creepy old tower? Do we explore potentially creepy old mom's bedroom? Dig up some skeletons in the closet? Or do we contact the only living human that we know is on here? Vote now on your phones. Or I'll make a decision after I take a drink anyways. Closet skeletons, you got it. My grandmother used to live alone in this big house, so she kept most of the rooms closed to stay on the ground floor, in the left side of the building. I've taken over her quarters, and with the nights getting colder, I'm happy I don't have to keep the whole house warm. I check the other rooms, the parlors on the ground floor, and the multiple bedrooms above. Everything seems frozen in time. The furniture covered with white linen sheets, maybe waiting for better days to return, like when Adelaide wasn't a widow yet and my mother was still living under her roof. Her old bedroom hasn't changed since her teen years, even if I can tell that someone was hurriedly made room for me. This baby was about to be born. There's still some band posters from another age pinned to the walls, and the crib where I might have spent my first few nights before my mother decided to leave. But there wasn't any white linen sheet to protect the furniture in this room, and it looks like it hasn't been cleaned up very recently. Which I do next. Wow, that was not as eventful as I predicted. I'm gonna go check out the tower, I guess, while I'm on this train. I didn't find the entrance of the tower. I searched inside and outside the house, but no door seems to lead to it. I won't dwell on that. I like the painting style of this. This is fun. Like, it's clearly digital art, but like, and I can see what was done, but if you take a step back, it all comes into a good shape of a scene. After randomly exploring the corridors and the rooms, I had to admit defeat. I'll have to ask Miss Bortine about this mystery. However, while I was searching for this damned entrance, my feet took me to the basement where I discovered a treasure of old wines. They're mine now, all mine. Let's get crunk. The most recent bottles were around 30 years old. I guess my grandmother wasn't much of a drinker, and the wine cellar must have remained untouched since her husband passed away. Did my mother come here during her teen years, defying her parents' rules, to steal a bottle and share with her friends from the village? I'm putting you're putting a lot of conjecture to your mom's activities. Was I conceived during one of these parties celebrated by sacrificing these rare vintages on the altar of youth, with my mother Sophie not being sober enough to resist the charms of a young local farmer? You are going insane with your predictions. Imagination just going off the rails. When I was old enough to ask, she always answered with a hand gesture that my father was from the village and hadn't wanted to recognize a child he didn't ask for. All in all, she said, we were better off without him. Maybe he was killed by the French mob. Maybe I could bring him a bottle to Mrs. Bortine. Yes, take a bottle. I'm getting a lot of moon points. As I take a bottle from its shelf to decipher its dusty label, it slips from my hands and breaks. Shit! Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed by this feeling, as if I was violating something sacred, trampling the memory of my grandfather who might have selected the precise vintage to celebrate something special. I begin to question my intentions. Is offering this bottle an honest mark of affection toward a kind old lady? Or am I planning to get Mrs. Portine drunk in order to extort more information from her? What the fuck? Daphne! I'm just doing something nice. Take another bottle, girl. A white Bourgogne. Bourgogne? She should like it. And anyway, I don't have to drink myself blind with Miss Bortine. I'm sure I could drink responsibly. Why'd you suddenly question yourself in like the most nefarious way possible? Let's go talk to her. Good morning, Mrs. Bortine. How are you doing? Oh, hi, Miss Daphne. My joints are aching today. Must be the weather getting colder. Summer always goes so fast. It's almost fall already. Can you believe it? Looks at calendar. But enough of talking about me. I'm sure you haven't come around to hear the old maid complain about her rheumatism. How can I help you, miss? Well, first and foremost, I brought you a bottle. I found this bottle in the cellar. Would you like to share a small glass with me? Oh, I'm not sure it's reasonable, miss. Allow me to insist. It would really be my pleasure. You wouldn't let me drink by myself, would you? All right, then, if you insist, but it'll just a small glass for me. They forgot to write B. It's okay, though. Writing is hard. Glug, glug, glug. Something else? We could just get her fucking crunk. Tell me about the old days. Tell me how it was like. In the old days, I mean. Before Mom left. When your mother left, we were already at the end of the rope, if you'll allow me, miss. There are only your grandmother, Madame Adelaide, and Miss Sophie living here. Your grandfather died when your mother was still a little girl. An illness that took him without warning. The doctors didn't know what to do for this poor man. But when I had arrived, it was something else. There were lots of people living in the castle. The cousins, the uncles, the aunts, and a swarm of children. What happened? I don't know, really. There were some unexplained deaths, accidents. Some of them left the area, got out of touch. It all started when the Maltese bought the sawmill. There must be a connection, those fuckers. It seems crazy, but there must be a connection, don't you think? Can you really believe it's a coincidence? I can't tell, miss. All I can see is when the Maltese flourish, the Delators wither. I met Maltaire's son at the bakery. This hooligan, and I know it's none of my business, but you should be wary of him. He's a good-for-nothing who spends his time doing who knows what hanging around in his car. I agree with you. You're right. He acted like a jerk with me. Ah, do you see? Exactly my point. Well, since you're asking about the past, would you like to see the old picture albums? Sure. Tell me where I can find them. I'd love to take a look, thanks. The cupboard in the living room. There are even some pictures taken by your great-grandfather. You'll see. Neat. Something else? Another drink. About the tower. I couldn't find the entrance to the tower. Do you know how to get inside? Well, I can't say, miss. No, I couldn't tell you how to get in if my life depending on it. Madam, your grandmother used to say it was been walled up, and we'd rather not know what was inside. Do you mean that no one got inside the tower since, what, 30 years ago? 40 years ago? Oh, way more than that. I'm 67. I've been living here since I was 14, and I always knew the tower like this. So no one knows what's inside, right? You must have your own idea, don't you? You must have heard the stories these idiots tell in the village, witchcraft and such. Don't listen to them. Your grandmother was a great woman. A great woman, you hear me? What? Witchcraft? Really? Tell me, what's the story? Well, I really put my foot where my mouth is, as they say. Must be the wine. But I've talked too much already. Please don't insist. Something else? I should have given her 2 glasses. I visited the house, gone into every room, and I noticed all the furniture was covered in white linen sheets. Yes, it's Madam, your grandmother, who asked me to close most of the rooms. She lived alone in the house, and she never had any visitor. It was to prevent the furniture from being damaged. Why are you asking? Do you want me to open up the rest of the house? Well, that's a good idea. It's a bit of extra work for you, but it'll definitely improve my quality of life. One of the rooms, I guess it was my mother's old bedroom. Why wasn't it closed, as you say? Because Madam asked me to keep it freshly cleaned. You know, when Miss Sophie left, it broke her heart. She wasn't the same afterwards, right until she died. She never gave up hope your mother would come back. She asked me to make her room every day, just in case, she used to say. She would love to know you, the pretty young woman you've become. Oh, I'm sorry, I digress. Must be the little pick-me-up you brought me. You should have sweetened the deal more. You want some more? No. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back later. What should I do next? Look at the picture albums. I found the pictures where Mrs. Bortine told me they would be, to discover that my great-grandfather had had an early passion for the darkroom, and that his photographs from the last century had survived time. That's pretty cool. That's gotta be worth something, man. The family was larger then, with a swarm of children in the gardens and large tables at the holiday gatherings. If I could read the worry on the adults' faces, if the future ruin and dereliction of House Delator could already crack the walls and yellow the wallpapers, it wasn't showing on these old daguerreotypes. That's a hell of a word. I found a couple pictures of my mother, as a child first, then as a young girl. I must admit I was moved by this discovery, since I had never seen what she used to look like when she was younger. The last pictures show her belly getting rounder and rounder. And then, nothing. No more pictures. As if nothing worth documenting had happened during the last 30 years. Talking with Mrs. Bortine aroused my curiosity. The tower, the village, the Maltaires. And I thought my relocation would mean living a life of austerity and isolation. What's going on in the village is, I admit, much more intriguing than I anticipated. Unfortunately, the chores of everyday life catch up with me before I have the leisure to think about it. I have no choice but to dedicate the last days of August to the preparation of my classes at the middle school, and I didn't realize how time-consuming it was. So I spend most of my time confined to the house, boning up on the textbooks of each class I've been given. Then, the first day of school arrived, and I quickly found my bearings in my new job. I would never have thought that teaching mathematics would give me so much pleasure and satisfaction. Thus, I quickly got into a routine, and days began to pass me by like trains. Chapter 2. September. I take a drink. It was a lot nicer when I was able to drag 2 other people into a visual novel reading. Easier on the voice. I've decided to take advantage of the weekend to go back to the market. I'm pretty sure someone will finally agree to tell me more about the tidbits I've gathered until now. Especially about this Maltaire family, which seems to mesmerize half the village, while the other half looks terrified by the mere mention of its name. I should start with the bakery. Miss Boucard should be about to finish her season. She doesn't risk much in sharing some gossip, since she'll be soon leaving until next summer. I make out Gerard Boutin on the other side of the square. He's talking to someone, a tall man with a certain composure. I could walk to him, so he introduces me, but the bakery is about to close, and I might not get another chance to question Miss Boucard, which I do. We gotta go to the bakery. There's no time. Hello, Mrs. Boucard. Ah, hello, miss. You're in luck. I was about to close. I forgot her voice already. You're finishing your season? Yes, I am. We stayed a bit longer than we anticipated, but that's it. We're leaving. 2 weeks off and we're moving to the Alps, my husband and I. We're doing the ski season there. Oh, it's going to be quite a change. Can't say I'll miss the place. It paid quite well, but I don't like the atmosphere around here. So, it'll be one baguette as usual? Sure, but I wanted to ask. Yes? What do you know about the Maltaires? Told you, I don't like to talk about them. I don't want any trouble. She'll be leaving soon. I really need to know. Nobody tells me anything, and you said you were leaving. I'm sure this will go fine. You seem like a fine young woman, so listen to me carefully. She takes me by the arm, puts her face close to mine, and whispers, The Maltaire, they're sorcerers. That's how they hold everyone in their grip. If you do something they don't like, bad things happen. How do you think I got this job? Bakers don't take a 3-month holiday. Mr. Blanchard, the owner of this shop, spent 3 months in the hospital, the poor soul. He fell all the way down his staircase. The other shopkeepers, they told me that he had words with the mayor. With the mayor? Well, sure. Yves Maltaire. He's the mayor of the village, don't you know? No, I didn't. Apparently, they had a talk one evening, some petty quarrel about the land register, a fence that wasn't at the right place or something, and then bim! Next day, he falls down the stairs just like that. Do you really believe all this? Well, I usually only trust what I see, but, you know, I must admit it's troubling. They're mobsters. Seriously, how do they pull this off? Do you think they gather around a bonfire on full moon nights to slaughter chickens for the glory of Satan? Don't joke about it. You're gonna give us bad luck. Well, you know about as much as I do now. Be careful around them. Wouldn't like it if something happened to you. Be my fault. By my fault. Don't worry. Goodbye, Mrs. Picard. I look around the square for Mr. Bortine and this mystery man, but they seem to have left in the meantime. Too bad. Then I shop around, asking about the Maltaire while refilling my fridge at the same time. Can you please tell me about the French mob? I really need to know about the French mob. Nobody's gonna ask me about the French mob. Unfortunately, now that I've been identified as the young heiress, the villagers have become mute, strangely polite and distant. As I bring my groceries back to the car, rain begins to fall. And it doesn't stop for the whole weekend and the start of the next week. Oh, fun, we get a little shot of her teaching. I'm at school, teaching geometry to one of my classes when nature finally cares to give us the sun back. But my respite is short-lived when I discover a bit later a convocation to the director's office in my teacher's room locker. What a fucking word. Even if I'm on the other side of the fence and I no longer risk a detention, I must admit I am a bit worried, which adds a threatening feeling to this otherwise radiant September day. When I venture inside the director's office, I discover that Mr. Chasnet, the director, is having a heated debate with someone who must be the rather annoyed mother of one of my pupils. The poor man is livid, using the desk as a shield, and he's so hunched up in his big leather chair that he seems to be about to melt into the upholstery. Please, Mrs. Levesque, you must admit that your demands are most unusual, to say the least. Don't forget that Miss Delatour is only here for 6 months. Everything will get back to normal once Mrs. Dupuy comes back. Ah, here she comes. Monsieur Chestnut stares at me with an imploring gaze, as if I were his only hope. French. Did you ask for me? Yes, please, take a seat. Let me introduce you to Mrs. Levesque, mother of Jean-Baptiste. You know, your 6th grade student. Yes? Oh, look at you. Hello, Mrs. Levesque. Pleased to meet you. I'm Daphne Delator, Mrs. Dupuis' substitute. I'm pleased to tell you I don't have anything to say against your son or his work. He's a brilliant student. Are you kidding me? You must have guessed I haven't come here to hear praises about my son's skill in mathematics. This is Mr. Chestnut. Sorry, this is still her. Listen, Mr. Chestnut, I'd rather not talk to this. Anyway, we came to an understanding, you and I hope you'll keep your word. Jean-Baptiste's mother tries to stare me down. From the corner of my ear, I hear the director mutter in his beard. He does not have a beard! I didn't agree to anything. I don't know how to deal with the situation. After a couple of very long seconds, I give up and say, Alright, stop being around the bush. What's the issue? How to tell you this? Madame Levesque would like to remove her son from your class. What'd I do? I don't understand. Everyone seems happy with the way I work. Why'd you want to remove your son from my class? This has nothing to do with your teaching. Mrs. Levesque, be reasonable. You can't ask her to change the classes like that for no good reason. For no good reason? Ah, that's it. You too are falling under the Delator spell. This family of pagan miscreants. You've just arrived here, and like that, you should get away with anything? But I see clearly through your game, and I won't be fooled like the others. Do you want me to tell you what you are? A witch! I don't think I've earned enough witch points to be called a witch. But I can start earning them. This doesn't feel like a denial. I like this choice because it's not a denial, but it's like, I don't want to hurt you. Not a denial, not a threat. I got nothing to do with these dang witchcraft. I don't like what you're insinuating, and I refuse my name to be associated with these archaic beliefs. I'm a scientist, and I assure you that I don't give any credit to this nonsense. And you, Mr. Chestnut, I hope you won't let yourself be influenced by all this obscurantism. Obscurantism? I would gladly keep talking, but Mr. Chestnut cuts it in to stop discussion. See, I was sure this would come to a consensus in the end. I hope your fears are lifted, Mrs. Levesque. And you, Mrs. Delator, I advise you to be very careful about the progress of our dear Jean-Baptiste. Can I count on you? Of course, sir. I assure you. What? You're in league together. There's no other explanation. Yeah, I gotta do some witch time. You, the Delator, you won't get away with it. I'm not done with you yet, you hear me? Then, without notice, she gets out and slams the door behind her. There's an awkward silence, quickly broken by John Chestnut. Third time she bursts in my office just for this nonsense. I believe I owe you, Daphne. It's my job. You're welcome, sir. Soothing the irrational fears of students' parents, it's also part of the job description. When I finally manage to get out of the college, it's almost dark and rain is pouring again. As if today's events hadn't annoyed me enough. Seriously, how could this narrow-minded farmer's wife come to insult me for no good reason? To accuse me of being a witch. Me! I haven't even found any cool witchcraft stuff. I have a PhD in mathematics, goddammit. I won't lower myself to the level of these ignorant countrymen. These rubes? These country bumpkins? I'll show them what I think of their superstition. All these Levesque, these Maltaire, and these whatever. Can't let them say all these things about me. Can't believe I managed to get mixed up in this. I've lit up a cigarette and I'm brooding, sitting by the window. Man, she is French. When suddenly I see the headlights of a car in the road bend. I'm surprised to see it turn at the gates and go up the path to the house. Who could come see me at this late? I think I recognize this dirty gray van with its ladder on its roof and its patched up back view mirror. How is it possible? Why would he have come here? I ran down the stairs, opened the front door. Frank? My ex-lover is there, on the other side of the threshold, drenched by the relentless rain. My heart goes down to my socks at the idea of seeing him, talking to him once again, just when I had resigned myself to the fact that he was but a remnant of the past. Happy at first. Then, not so much. How did he know? How did he find me? I haven't even told him I was leaving. Daphne? Shouldn't give him a stupid voice. Daphne, how long do you plan on letting me wait outside in the rain? We have to talk. But what are you doing here? Frank is in the hall, and he's a little bit annoyed and a little bit soggy. I'm fine, thanks for asking. I know we broke up, but I don't know. Did it even cross your mind to call me to let me know you were relocating to the other side of the country? I mean... You mean what? Tell me. I didn't have it in me to call you. You know, between the breakup and everything else, I had to leave, you know? No way! No way! You're not gonna play it off. I see you coming from 100 miles. If you really didn't want to see me again, you would have redirected your mail. Me sorry. I'm sorry. I know I should have told you it was a crappy move. What's done is done. You know I'm there for you, right? Even if we went our separate ways, it doesn't mean we have to act like strangers. That's nice, but I had to do this on my own. I needed a clean break, you know, after the... It's okay. No need to linger. Wait, did you say you have mail for me? Yes, a letter from your mother. I know you've drifted apart, so I thought it might be important. And then I had to track you down. It wasn't exactly child's play. Would have been easier if you had left me your new address. Since I'm between jobs, I told myself I could take a couple of days off. Frank smiled at me, looking amused, then pretending to check out the room, he adds, Funny, I've always dreamed to spend a weekend in a bed and breakfast. Or should I say a castle and breakfast? Oh, Frank, ya goof. So, do you like it? It's a bit bigger than our old flat in Main Street. Do you manage to find your way to the bathroom each time? Believe it or not, I've always known you were cut for being a baroness or something, don't you think, Lady Daphne? Stop kidding. What? Don't you like baroness? What about countess? Or duchess? Duchess sounds perfect, don't you think? Frank is walking around the hall, checking out the furniture and the trinkets. If he's good at anything, it's probably at disarming any tense situation. You mind if I walk tomorrow? I have to admit, I'm exhausted. As he says that, he takes a letter from his chest pocket and puts it on top of the chest in the hall. Your mother's letter. I'm sure it's not easy for you, but if you need to talk about it, I'm here for you. Thank you. Well, I'll go crash into your sofa for a couple hours if you don't mind. I have a large bed, you know. Wink! Oh man, do we just instantly hook back up with Frank? Or do we just put him in a guest room? We do live in a fucking mansion. Welcome, B-Drops. So good of you to join me for a little visual novel hour. This is our ex, Frank. We didn't tell him we were leaving to this mansion. He apparently still keeps in touch. He had to wander in from the rain, so that's why he's soggy. But he came to deliver mail from our mother because we didn't even bother telling the mailman we changed our address. So he had to track us down to deliver a letter. Frank seems okay. he he's not even saying like, "Oh, can I have a room?" He just wants a sofa, but we do live in a mansion. But I'm just wondering. No, like honestly, this game Daphne is kind of like in a weird state. Like she's like telling her therapist, she's like, "I'm fucking off to this mansion. I'm not telling a damn person I'm leaving. I'm going for 6 months to a new job." And the doc was like, you want to like contact Frank or like any of your people? Like, I know you broke up with Frank, but it's like you still talk to him. So I don't know. So I feel like our choices are to stay buddies with Frank or maybe reintroduce some romantic tension. There was only one bed. Yeah, for real. And also there to catch you up, B, there's like some kind of French mafia family running this small town who might be magic. People think they're sorcerers. Also, if people think my dead family is sorcerers, they're all kind of weirded out by each other. I think they're the mob. Anyways, I don't know, gang. What do we do? What do we do with Frank? I think he's okay. He seems like an okay dude either way. Are you into that? I don't know. I from point of fiction, I've only just met Frank because I definitely did not go say goodbye to him, which would have changed things, I'm sure. We tried to call him, but he didn't pick up the phone at the time, and we just gave up. Do we come on hard to Frank, or do we keep him as a buddy? We got one vote for Bone Zone. I feel like from what I understand of this game, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to take somebody to Bone Zone. And I'm just saying, do we want to jump on Frank immediately? Not a particular fan of Frank yet. You would be much happier as a newt in this weather. Yeah, I did find the situation with people guilting Daphne a little weird, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know her deal, and I guess sure, let's be that bitch. Are you sure you want the sofa? I have a king size bed, you know. Are you sure it's a good idea? I mean, I won't be able to resist for very long if you insist, but you know it won't necessarily patch us up, right? If that's what you're trying to achieve, of course. Don't ask questions, motherfucker. Hush. No questions. At least not tonight. Oh yeah. Oh boy. So like this game's really cool with the amount of unique portraits it has too. I've been way into that. They've been pretty thorough with it. As I understand it, this game is pretty short. So they probably didn't have to make a million of them, but like they've a pretty impressive amount. Takes me by the waist and kisses me fiercely. Put the kids to bed. It's time for kissing. It's both strange and reassuring at the same time. I'm submerged by a wave of contradicting emotions and this uneasy feeling that I'm crossing a line. To be tempted by the familiarity of his arms, both tender and firm. I don't know where it's leading us. Probably nowhere, but I need him. Pretend for a couple hours, as if nothing bad had ever happened. As if we were still a family. I take his hand and guide him to my bedroom. Yeah! That's a fucking picture. Oh, that shit rules. So I'm pretty sure this is set in France. Frank might be American though, but a lot of French names. A lot of French names in this, and yeah. Yeah. I wake up early the next day. As usual, Frank is dead asleep on the other side of the bed. I know that unless I hit on a snare drum or blow into a foghorn next to his ear, he won't winkle out of the arms of Morpheus before a couple of hours. Boy, Daphne. Getting pretty purple with your prose, aren't you? So I take advantage of this to stay snug up a bit longer under the covers. I sit up and light up a cigarette. I don't know what went through my head yesterday night. To throw myself into his arms just like that, right after we went through the door. Can I still save the shipwreck of our relationship? We had a good thing going. Maybe I shouldn't have let it go so fast. Maybe we could have tried harder. What a waste. Ooh, flashbacks. We met 10 years ago. It was so unexpected we were on completely different trajectories. He was a carpenter and I was a freshman at the university. Science major. I just arrived in town. There was a party at an acquaintance's. I still don't know why I was invited. I don't know why I went either. Ugh. I guess when you're 20 years old, you jump on any occasion to go out, and I suppose the idea of getting out of my student room was enough to convince me to put on a nice dress and jump on the bus. Frank shouldn't have been there either. He was working on a particularly demanding project, but our hostess had insisted until he had given up and agreed to come. I guess even science can't explain everything. We clicked together right away. What came next is very trite. A couple of years later, we moved in together. It was stupid to pay for 2 flats when we were living with each other all the time. 2 years ago, we took a step further. Frank's small carpentry business was doing well. My PhD was on track. The question came out on its own. Frank asked me if I wanted to have a child. He was sure of it. He was so sure of everything, of the strength of our relationship, that he didn't want to wait any longer, that it was the right time. I had cold feet at first, objecting that I wanted to finish my PhD first, that we would have to think about it, but he managed to convince me. Oh dear. Alright. It wasn't that hard. I loved him more than anything, and I knew that, sooner or later, I would want to start a family with him. Why wait? We were happy. And then, late in the pregnancy, a couple of weeks before the term, I lost the child. They made me keep this inert thing in my belly until the doctor decided to induce labor. They didn't understand what went wrong. Hank stayed with me at each step. He was holding my hand as I was expelling death from my bowels. The doctor refused to let me see the baby, objecting that it was too much for me to handle. But I saw the look in Frank's eyes when they pulled out this motionless and silent corpse out of me. I hung up to him as much as I could, but I could feel his hollowness in my chest all the time. I didn't want to admit it, but I knew something was irredeemably broken. Frank decided to incinerate the body and to scatter the ashes. Burying the body meant naming it, making it, in a way, exist. It was much more than we could bear. I was able to have an opinion about anything anyways. I was unable to have an opinion about anything anyway. When the first shockwave and the tsunami it created in our lives finally receded, I realized our relationship was doomed. I blamed Frank, myself, the universe. Seeing Frank every day reminded me of everything I went through, and our everyday's life had become a hopeless ordeal. One day I finally had enough. so I ended things between us and left. Frank kept our old apartment, and I took a furnished flat in the meantime. Then, a couple of months later, the notary told me my grandmother had just passed away and she had bequeathed everything to me. I take a quick shower and then I go downstairs. Noises from the espresso maker tell me Frank found the kitchen. Mom's letter is still propped on the chest in the hall. I'll have to resolve myself to open it sooner or later. What should I start with? Boy, I love procrastinating on my mom. Let's go to the kitchen. Frank must have heard me walking downstairs as he watches me enter the room with a serious look on his face. Well, well, well. Shall we talk about last night? I regret nothing! Doesn't have to mean anything, though. It was a mistake seems a little rough, but that does seem like you unpacked a lot of baggage that I wasn't prepared for as a reader. Boy howdy. Let me see here. I still don't regret it. If I had to do it again, I would. I won't pretend I didn't enjoy it, but what's the plan? Do you want us to try again? I don't know. I don't know. I need to think about this. Okay, I understand. For me, it's very clear. To my surprise, his face relaxes without notice. He looks at me playfully and changes subject. So, seriously, what have you been doing here all this time? I tell him about my new job as a teacher. He's more interested in the village, and he insists on knowing every detail of this unbelievable story with the Maltese and this tower with no way in. Frank seems alright. Frank seems like a simple dude who has to be unfortunately associated with a terrible moment in this woman's life. So, your stories are very exciting, but also a bit worrying, I must say. This is what I propose. Whatever happens, I'll be around for a while. I don't have any contract in the foreseeable future, and I can afford to take a couple weeks off. After that, I'll see. If I manage to find some jobs around here, I'll stay a few more months. It's not as if anyone is waiting for me to come back, and it would give us some time to think about things. You mind if I stayed at the castle for a couple weeks? Till I find a room somewhere else? No, get out. Get the fuck out, Frank. Get the fuck out, Frank. Get out of here. Get out of my giant house. I need to brood and become a witch. No, I'll throw Frank a bone. Did you think I would throw you out? Of course you can stay for a couple of days. Time you need to get your bearings. Thanks. That's nice not to turn me into a homeless person. Don't thank me. It's the least I can do. So how do we make this work? I don't want to be in your hair. No reason to feel crowded. This is big enough for the two of us. I was just thinking, I'll tell the wardens you're here before leaving. I don't want Mrs. Bortine to shoot you like a rabbit if he... Mr. Bortine to shoot you like a rabbit if he sees you hanging around the house. That's very reassuring. Don't be silly. They're very nice. You'll see. I really got to get going. Enjoy your day. You too. Mom's letter is still taunting from the top of the chest. It's high time to discover what it's all about. The envelope is dog-eared and a bit yellowed, as if it had traveled a lot. There's a foreign stamp. The ideograms tell me that it was probably posted somewhere in Asia. I open it with a shaking hand. It's the first news I've gotten from her since several years ago. Something like, what, 5 years? 6 years ago? Can't remember the last time we talked. Frank has never even met her. She's always been an abusive mother, extremely invasive, but equally severe and freezing cold. When I turned 18, I got a scholarship which enabled me to earn some financial independence, which quickly turned into total independence. I could no longer put up with her invasion of my privacy. Little by little, we lost touch. One year, I excused myself from coming for the holidays. The next, I just sent her a greeting card. I started to filter her calls, and one day, the phone stopped ringing. That's how the link was broken, and years have passed without me really noticing she wasn't there. When I tried to contact her, she had disappeared without a trace. I must admit, I hardly tried to find her. And now, from nowhere, she comes back into my life with this letter. Her nervous, jerky handwriting hasn't changed. The content of the letter, though, is as cryptic as it is brief. Daphne, please don't accept your grandmother's heritage. Don't go back there. You'd only get into trouble. Regards, Sophie Delator. The closing says a lot about her qualities of heart. I wasn't waiting for a "your mommy who loves you," but, well, Mom never talked about the time she had spent here with my grandmother at the castle. It quickly seemed to me that something might have happened. But what? I let my thoughts wander about this as I drive to school. The day flies by, as fast as an arrow. I must admit I'm not thinking straight with all that happened since yesterday. When I get to the castle, the lights are already on. Even if it's temporary, I'm glad not to be alone for a while. It's a nice change from the solitude I've experienced these last weeks. Frank has lit up the fireplace and delicious smells are coming out of the kitchen. It seems almost too perfect, and I have a hard time refraining myself from taking advantage of Frank's kindness, who seems determined to see to my every need. Still, he manages to remain quite discreet. We take our meals together, but we otherwise tend our things in different parts of the house. As promised, about 10 days later, he tells me he rented a small furnished flat in the village, and he's moving in the next day. I'm sad to see him go, but I tell myself it's for the best. Days, then weeks go by, and I get back into my routine between the school, the village, and the house. I'm taking a walk in the forest. The leaves are already turning, and the trees dressed up with the flaming colors of fall. It sounds like good music where good things happen. It's getting late, but I'm too busy strolling on the path. I realize it's almost dark. I can see the castle at the end of the trail, but as I get closer, it seems to move away from me. I feel like there's a presence behind my back. Although I tell myself I don't believe in this stuff, I'm slowly giving in to panic. I start running. The house has disappeared completely, and I find myself in a kind of meadow. There's something here, at the center of it, that's gently reflecting in the moonlight. As I get closer, I discover it's an oval pool filled with a silvery liquid. I look at my reflection, and it's both me and not me at the same time. This feeling of alterity gets stronger and stronger as I'm getting closer. I can make out my facial features, but something has changed. I'm wearing a short skirt with black thighs and some kind of fashionable short jacket. I'm wearing makeup, much more than usual. Most shocking is my hair. It's terribly short, a kind of bob haircut, platinum blonde. I look angry. I reach toward the reflecting surface, my index stretched out, and the mirror starts to stir, as if it was resonating. When my finger gets in contact with the cold and strangely moist surface, it breaks into 1,000 pieces. For a while, darkness is complete. I'm in a kind of garden, surrounded by a heavy fog. I'm moving toward a reddish light source that's calling to me like a lighthouse in a woolly, muffled storm. I can make out a statue of some kind of human-sized sphinx carved in granite. There's something majestic but profoundly sad in the hunched-up, impassible attitude of the creature. When I'm close enough to distinguish its face, I realize the creature and I look exactly alike. I see my face reflected in hers like a mirror. And the eyes begin to animate, and the imploring, helpless look seems to call for mercy. I'm frozen in contemplation, my heart overflowing with sadness and awe, when once again I feel this sickening presence like a tepid breath on my nape. Seized by terror, I struggle to turn around, and suddenly I'm falling endlessly before darkness encompasses me. That's when I burst out of sleep. Yo, that's sick. October comes. I'm not done dreaming yet. I'm bare feet in the grass in front of me. The black mass of the forest seems to invite me. I feel a hand on my forearm. Oh, never mind. We are weirdly awake. Miss, I heard a noise, so I came looking. Miss Bortine is standing next to me. She looks worried. What am I doing here? What happened? A bad dream, miss. Just a bad dream. Come, let's get you back to bed. It's the forest, right? The Sphinx is calling me. Mrs. Bortine guides me back to my bedroom. I fall again into a dreamless sleep. When I rise again, the sun is already high. I'm surprised to see Mrs. Bortine is still there, asleep in a chair on the other side of the room. She's sleeping so peacefully, I feel almost guilty to wake her up. Mrs. Bortine? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. I'm sorry. I must have fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? But what are you doing here? Oh, don't you remember? You gave us quite a fright yesterday night. My husband heard you go about. He heard some noise and went to check what it was. When he saw you, he woke me up, so I brought you back to bed. We're used to it anyway. It happened to Madam, your grandmother, from time to time. Once or twice a month, we used to find her wandering in the garden, and we had to put her back to bed. Must be the moon. The moon? Sure. She used to do this on full moons. You know what they say, right? With the full moon. Duh. I think I've consistently put myself as a woman of science in this run. I don't see the connection. I don't know. There's no scientific evidence of the influence of the moon on behavior. Ah, well. Always a train too late, these scientists. I speak from experience. The full moon, it always brings something with it. Must be aware of the full moon dreams. That's strange. I had a dream last night. Since you're talking about this, I had this strange dream. I'm in the forest, and then there's a mirror and a sphinx. A sphinx, you say? It's on the coat of arms of your family, don't you know? Maybe you saw it there. Well, perhaps. The coat of arms? Yes, that's right. The blazon of the Delators. Give it a look. It's carved on the wall of the tower. A blazon with the tower and a sphinx. A bit like the one from the pyramids. I'll take a look when I get the chance, thanks. Maybe I saw it there indeed. Well, miss, if you don't need me anymore, I'll go back to the outbuilding. Gerard must be waiting for me to prepare his snack. Get back here! I need my snacky poos so I can kill more rabbits. Yes, of course, by all means. I'll manage on my own. In this case, have a good day, miss. And if you need anything... whatever, bye. Mrs. Bortine leaves the room and leaves me alone with my questions. I'm telling myself it might be time to call Dr. Durant. I should talk to my fucking therapist. He told me I could call him if I felt the need, and I'm afraid that time has come. Maybe he'll help me sort it through. It can't do any harm to give it a try anyways. Take the phone and dial his number. Hello? Dr. Durant? Daphne Delator speaking. Ah, hello, Daphne. Why are you calling? You told me I could call. True, but you've left me without news since August, and now you're calling me on a Sunday morning. I guess it must be important. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I can call you back tomorrow if you prefer. No, you were right to call me. That's precisely why I gave you this number. And I'll be more tuned in than tomorrow between two patients. That came out weird. I quickly go through everything that happened since I arrived. I finished with this recurring dream and what happened last night. Listen, Daphne, I understand why you have called me, but there's no cause for alarm. There's no proven treatment for somnambulism, and everything points to an isolated crisis, certainly due to your new environment. But do you have an explanation for this dream, don't you? Well, for this, we can look into psychoanalysis. Tell me, how would you interpret it? It felt like a premonitory dream. I don't know, this dream, it was really strange. I feel like it was almost premonitory. What a word. You're entitled to your beliefs, Daphne, but allow me to remind you that you're the master of your own destiny. Don't forget it. Even if this dream was indeed premonitory, as you say, I'm doing scare quotes from the other side of the phone, Daphne. I want you to know. Don't let yourself be trapped by the idea that you can't change your fate. Yes, you must be right. Most of all, don't push yourself too hard. Take some time to think about it. You went through a lot of changes and have to get your bearings, and everything will be alright, you'll see. I read that sentence wrong. You went through a lot of changes. You have to get your bearings, and everything will be alright. You'll see. Thank you, Doctor. You told me your ex-partner paid you a visit. How do you see things on this matter? I think I'm in the camp of I'm not sure. But I don't know. Should we give Frank a chance? Or should we continue to waffle? While I take a drink. Because I don't think we're in the camp of it being intrusive. Not with how we've played it so far. I think Frank's a perfectly fine fellow. I don't know. I'm not sure going once. I'm not sure going twice. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Sometimes I ask myself if I wasn't too hard on him. On the other end, I don't... Waffling does tend to not be a great choice in the ends. On the other end, I don't know what I could really make it work between us. I think you're right, first, to question yourself, and second, to take the time you need to think it through. Whatever you decide together, you should make sure you're not making the same mistakes again. You're probably right. So you've mentioned a young man called something like Stencilus, is that right? I might have mentioned him. I can't remember who this is. Is that the fucker? Oh, I think that's that one guy. I don't have much to say about him. It's right, but I don't see what he has to do with my relationship with Frank. Don't work yourself up. I'm just surprised you took the time to tell me every detail of your meeting with this man, since you only saw him for a couple minutes. I can see where you're going, but I'm afraid you're on the wrong track. Me and this Maltaire? No, it hasn't even crossed my mind. I don't date mobsters. I'm not necessarily talking about a romantic relationship, but I'm trying to point out possible social issues. You left in order to start anew, didn't you? One last thing, before we go back to our Sunday activities. Yes? How do you feel about your new job? How do I feel about teaching? She seems to enjoy it. I know I wasn't sure when I left, but believe it or not, I just love this new job. It was perfectly normal to be anxious in your situation. I was sure you would enjoy it. You're right. Teaching is really fulfilling. It's a great satisfaction to enable these young brains to get grip on complex notions. I'm glad to hear that. Hang on to this positive element. It'll help you go through the tests life is throwing at you. As you hand out the tests to the youngsters. Haha, see what I did there? I'm Dr. Durant. Alright, Daphne, I'm sorry, but I have to hang up. I'm glad to hear you're more at ease. And to repeat myself, there's nothing to worry about. It's more than normal to need time to get your bearings. I trust you, of course, but I'm not completely sure it will work out. Come on, Daphne, you really have no reason to let yourself be overwhelmed by these details. As for your sleepwalking episode, be watchful, but don't be alarmed. You've told me about the wardens living nearby. Perhaps you could ask them to be on their guard in case it happens again. Feel free to call me again if you ever feel the need, and if needed, I'll refer you to a colleague in your area. Okay. Oh, and unless it's a case of emergency, try to check the day of the week before throwing yourself on the phone next time. Yes, sure, Doctor. I'll try my best to have my next somnambulism crisis on a weeknight. Alright, no need to linger on this. Have an excellent Sunday. Thanks, you too. Fucking crazy people calling me on a Sunday. Dear, are you listening? Did you hear this? She had a Sphinx dream. She thinks she's a prophet. What a wild time. Never a dull moment in my profession. As I slowly recover from my night, slumped on the sofa with a good book and a cup of tea, I hear someone knocking. No, that's just Europe. She's substituting for a maternity leave, and it's half a year. I'm surprised to find Frank smiling on the other side of the threshold, holding a bouquet of flowers. Oh, he's trying now. Carnations, your favorites. When I saw them at the market, I thought about you right away. He hands me the bouquet as he enters the hall. Would you offer me a coffee? Sure, Frank. Sure. So, do you like it here at the village? He follows me to the kitchen. I put the flowers in a vase and turn to the espresso maker. Well, I'm doing alright. Found a couple of jobs, including big roof repairs. What's really pleasant around here is the people are so easy to work with. They don't ask you to justify yourself at each step, and they don't entertain wacky notions about how I should do my work. What about you? How are you doing? We chit-chat for a while. In passing, I tell him about my eventful night. I still kind of enjoy this company. 2 coffees and an hour later, Frank finally decides to get into the thick of it. You told me about this tower without a door, remember? I'm a bit intrigued by all this. Mind if I have a look? Make yourself at home. I'm as intrigued as you are. I'm wondering what might be inside. In this case, I'm going to investigate, and I'll give you my report. You want to look for an old pipe? It would complete your panoply. Old pipe. Panoply? Don't you think, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Stop laughing at me. I'm sure I can resolve this mystery of the Yellow Room. Oh, Frank. Then Frank goes to do his stuff, which allows me to get back to my thriller and my plaid. He reappears late in the afternoon, his coat covered with dust and his shoes equally covered in mud. Oh, you lost, Frank. I could tell. So, from the look on your face, I'm quite sure you're not going to say elementary, my dear Watson. Nope, I must admit my defeat. Then what are your conclusions? That there must be an entrance somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I tried to get in by the wall with the ladder, but the arrow slits are too narrow and too deep. I can't make anything out, even less get through, unless I blow up parts of the wall. Mrs. Boutine found me doing my acrobatic act, so I asked her a couple of questions. Seems like she has no idea what's inside either. Told you. When I entertained the idea to get in by the roof, she dissuaded me vehemently. Looks like the roof hides in fact an older stone ceiling with no way in either. And when I tried to wrap my mind around the kind of scaffolding I would need to get up there, I'd rather take her word on it for it. Well, at least you tried. Sure. Well, I gotta go. Big day tomorrow. Thanks for the coffee. You're welcome. Good evening. See ya. Bye, Frank. I didn't dream of anything that night. Monday was particularly tiresome. I don't know if the students who were in cahoots to make me suffer, or if it's just that I haven't completely recovered from my weekend. To top it off, as I get to the school gates, I catch a glimpse of Mrs. Levesque waiting for her son and looking at me menacingly. Mrs. Levesque thinks we're a witch. I'm quite sure she's about to jump on the occasion to antagonize me. After my long day, I must admit it's tempting to try to dodge her, even if it's not very professional. As I'm considering my options, I notice she's already walking resolutely towards me. What should I do? Run! Oh, you approach me? Let her come. I prepare myself to have a hard time when I feel a hand on my forearm. Ah, Miss Delator, I'm in luck. I just wanted to talk to you about something. It's Stanislas Maltaire, holding a young child by the hand. Mrs. Levesque immediately turns on her heels and goes back outside the gates. Uncle Santa, who is this lady? Oh, this fucker. This motherfucker has a kid in here? I forgot his name. I forgot what voice I gave him already. Well, Pierre, the pretty lady is Daphne Delator. She lives at the castle. At the castle of the witch? You're not a witch, Miss Daphne, are you? Don't believe it. Forgive him. As you can see, he's not afraid to speak his mind. He adds, winking at me. He must take a little bit after his uncle. I crouch to put myself at the child's height. I don't... This kid looks like fucking... What's his name? Shit. He looks like Eric of Tim and Eric. I forgot Eric's last name. Hold on. I have to do something. We have to do something with this kid. Come closer, child. This kid has something to say. Hold on. It's free real estate. It's free real estate. I crouched. Anyways, I feel like we're still on the track that witches don't exist, stupid child. Don't worry, young man. Witches don't exist. The old lady of the castle, she was a witch, though. You know, Pierre, the old lady of the castle, she was Miss Delator's grandmother. Her grandmother? Yes, and she went to live in the clouds recently. Fuck, dude. Daphne must be sad you're saying this about her. Sorry, Miss Daphne. If your granny lives in the clouds, I'm sure Daddy knows her. God damn, kid. I feel like he said more than he should have about him, too. Amused by my discomfort, Stanislas adds for me. I hope Daddy doesn't know her too well. It would be a little bit embarrassing. I get back up, and I notice Stanislas is putting out his hand. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Stanislas Mater, but my friends call me Stan. Daphne Delator, but it seems you already know it. Of course! I'm sure you've noticed how fast the news spread around here, Daphne. Can I call you Daphne? When my father discovered something was going on at the castle, he had to know what was happening. Please excuse him. The poor man is obsessed with the Delators. But don't let this put you off. The rest of the family is not all cut from the same cloth. We'll have to take coffee together one of these days to get to know each other. I'm sure we have a lot in common. Before I have the chance to answer, he adds, by the way, you must have received your invitation for the cocktail party, haven't you? The cocktail party? I hope you're coming. My father forces me to attend, but it's atrociously stuffy. Uncle Stan, can I have my afternoon snack? Yes, Pierre, in a minute. So, Junior wants his 4 o'clock snack. Say goodbye to Daphne, Pierre. Here is Pierre Vest, not Junior. Child takes my hand. Are you coming, Aunt Daphne? I hate this kid. I hate looking at him. It didn't take him long to succumb to your charms. Auntie Daphne has things to do. She can't come with us this time. Let's go home. You're driving. For real? Of course not. Daphne, pleased to meet you. See you soon. In an instant, Stan and Junior disappear in a sports car, and I remain speechless on the sidewalk, trying to sort out what had just happened. Yeah, this guy seems like a dick. He made a bad first impression, and it's not recovered. It's just sort of gone in a different direction. When I get back home, I discover I have mail. It's a nice square envelope that contains an invitation to a cocktail. I guess that's what Stanislas was talking about. Looks like I've been invited to the reopening of the City Hall's gardens that just went through renovations. I bet all the local upper crust will attend, so it'll be an excellent excuse to learn more about the Maltese. I could ask Frank to come with me, but I know this kind of social event isn't really his cup of tea. On the other hand, going alone... Ask Frank to come. I'm not even thinking about that. Please be my friend at this party, Frank. Frank is very happy to hear from me. I don't need to insist very much to persuade him to come. The D-Day comes quickly. As I get ready for the evening, I'm confronted to an existential dilemma. I can deduce from the invitation card that proper attire is required, so I don't see myself hanging there in a denim and twin set. I don't own anything remotely appropriate for this kind of occasion, but after raiding the wardrobe in my mother's room, I find 2 dresses that might somewhat do the job. I just can't choose. On one hand, there's this long dress, Empire style. I guess it's more the taste and the criteria of elegance of my grandmother. To be honest, I don't see my mother wearing this spontaneously. It's pastel blue, usually the kind of color that agrees with my complexion. The other option is a black strapless dress, short and tight-fitting. I can imagine my mother wearing this. It's really the kind of garment she must have worn when going out. Contrary to the blue one, it leaves very little to the imagination, between the bare shoulders and the shortness of the skirt. Which one should I choose? Hot girl summer? No, it's not even summer anymore. Not even close. Hot girl fall? Do we want to make Frank's eyes just like go fucking crazy, bulge out of his skull? Or do we want to dress like an Amish woman? Chilly girl autumn. Yeah, for real. No sleeves. Short skirt. Her shoulders are going to be so cold. But also it's a look. That dress seems too long. Like it would be dragging around. Is this a sex? It's been a little bit of a sexy run. It's certainly been a casual relationship with Frank run. Love to be sexy and cold. Yeah, we had a premonition of being sexy and blonde. It's a bit light for October, but the weather seems warm enough. Sometimes that happens. That is a very cute dress. That might be a bit cold, but I'll have to deal with it. It's not like I have 1,000 options. Bring like a coat. Okay, cool. We got a confirmation. Locked in. Locked in. Now that I've dealt with the dress, I just have to do something with my hair. I gather it in a quick bun, a bit of eyeliner, some lipstick, and I'm ready to go. I just have time to finish getting ready before I hear the horn of the van outside. God, Franken is just his fucking van. What's up, buddy? I get inside, and after a quick ride, we're there. The gardens of the city hall are magnificent, with their trees donned in the flaming colors of fall. There's already a lot of people hanging around in small groups, drinking glasses of wine leisurely. I'm glad I've managed to persuade Frank to come with me. I would certainly have clashed with the style of the gathering if I had come alone. The guests are all dressed up to the nines, and the luxury of the event looks more like a big wedding than a town gathering in a small countryside village. The Maltese clearly didn't balk at the expenses. Frank has barely enough time to get us a cup of champagne before I'm approached by a large man in a black suit. He's closely followed by a tall and haughty blonde woman. I can reasonably deduce she's his wife. Well then. Oh, that's cute little. Yeah, you got the necklace. That's good. Ah, good evening, miss. You must be the new owner of the castle. I'm glad to come to our little party. I must confess, I was eager to learn a bit more about the new owner of the castle. I see you didn't come alone. Good evening, sir. Yves Maltais. Frank Duval, pleased to meet you. Like the singer? Never mind, forget I said anything. Pleased to meet you. Let me introduce you to my wife, Clothier Maltais. This is the voice I'm deciding on forever. Good evening, miss. This is apparently her voice. Daphne, pleased to meet you. Her icy handshake contrasts sharply with the friendliness of her husband. I can read a mix of contempt and distaste in her eyes. Weird. Looks like my daughter Celine has been ambushed by her elder, Mr. Mori. He points toward a pretty young blonde woman on the other side of the path. She's leaned toward an old man in a wheelchair who has caught her by the wrist and seems determined not to let her go for as long as decency will allow. About my son, I heard you've already met him. Yes, I did. Since we're done with introductions, allow me to get straight to the point. I must admit my invitation wasn't totally innocent. As you're about to see for yourself later, during the opening ceremony, we're very concerned about preservation of our cultural heritage here in the village. As you may have heard, our relations with your grandmother were, how can I put it, tense. We were dueling wizards. Yeah, go on. That's what I heard around indeed. I guess the maintenance costs for the castle are nothing to sneeze at. If you agreed to open it to visitors at least a couple days during the year, the city hall might generously help you pay some of the expenses. I live there, buddy. I don't know. Do we turn our home into a tourist trap? We live here. I guess the idea is that when we don't live here anymore, this is what we do with it. But also, I live here. I don't know. Thanks but no thanks, Grandpa. Listen, I'm not at ease with opening my home to strangers. I understand your objection, but I assure you your private life will be preserved. The most interesting part of the building is the tower. We could imagine only opening this part to the public. But something tells me it's gonna be a hard sell, but I hope whatever happened in the past between the Maltese and the Delator won't be an obstacle to a possible collaboration. Anyway, let me assure you that I come with the best intentions, and I hope with all my heart that your move in here will be under the sign of a new understanding between our families. I'm turning into the mobster. I'm turning into Johnny Two-Time here. There's something like rustling in the background of my side of the screen, and it's kind of weird. Maybe it's a trick of the eyes, though. I think it is. What do you know about... What happened between our families, actually? Can you tell me what happened exactly between the Maltaires and the Delators? This guy's voice is turning into the fucking mobster dude from Bad Lieutenant. I forgot who the actor was. But it's basically that dude. How about I take all of it, and I don't leave nothing on the table? We're in the can of worms here at the village, and the smallest trifle can take enormous proportions. My grandfather had a grudge against the Delators since I was born, and I'm not sure even he could have told the origins of this old quarrel. But we're alive and you're not, so fuck you. We have to forge ahead. You're right, it doesn't matter anymore. We better forge ahead. I should actually, what the oh man. I should have said he's lying. I've been antagonistic towards the Maltaires this whole game. That's exactly my opinion. Listen, I would be delighted to talk longer, but unfortunately duty calls. Have a nice evening. You too. Vessel Maltaire disappears into the crowd. Now that I know who the other members of the family are, I'll be able to question them directly. Celine is still struggling with the old man and Clothilde, her mother, seems to have taken advantage of her husband's departure to get to the buffet. I can't stand these meetings. Take me to the buffet. I could also ask Frank what he thinks of all this. What should I do? Hey Frank, what do you make of this? Frank is taking cover next to the buffet. He seems bored to death. I'm a bit remorseful at the idea of inflicting this ordeal on him, as I know perfectly well he hates this kind of occasion. I see the relief on his face as I walk to him. You okay? Do you think you're going to survive this? Oh, survive? Yeah, I guess so. We're only at 6 out of 10 on the scale of the Merlot's wedding. 6 out of 10? It's not that bad. Well, we haven't crossed the threshold of pain yet, but if you could shorten my suffering, I'll be grateful. So is that it? Are we leaving? Not yet. Sorry, but I'm not ready to go. Okay. I must interact with more things. Let's talk to Celine, because I don't want to talk to Clothilde. Seeing me approach, Celine seizes her chance and finally manages to extricate herself from the claws of Mr. Mori. There's been a few typos in this game. That's unfortunate. I can see for an instant a mix of gratitude and relief in her eyes. Then she comes towards me with a strange smile. You must be Daphne Delator. I'm Celine Maltaire, Stanislaus' older sister. Pleased to meet you. All the pleasure is mine. I was looking forward to meeting you. Stan told me you were charming. I've seen him with her son. Yes, indeed. He was picking up your son at the end of the school day. Ah, then you met my kid. He's kind of a freak, right? I hope he behaved himself around you. I know he's a handful since his dad passed away. Well, it's not easy every day. I think the Steam page said there was 3 romantic interests in this game. Anyways. What happened? Oh, sorry to hear that. What happened? An accident. An accident? A car accident? Yes, 2 years ago we were about to leave the village with my husband. I met him when I was studying at law school. He had settled in the village. He had taken over the notary's study, but he wasn't from here, and he didn't like it much. He had found a nice job in town as a lawyer. We had already begun packing, and it happened. He was on the cliff road on a December night, just before the solstice. His car skidded on a patch of ice. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Sorry, I'm not like that usually. Don't worry about it. On the contrary, it looks like you needed to talk about it. Yes, maybe. Well, then, so in the end, I stayed in the village. It was easier to be close to my family. And my father, Yves, he's not so young. He needed someone to help him manage the business, and there's Stan, too. He's very good with his nephew. I don't know how I would have gone through this without him. Stop humanizing the mob. And I must confess, he told me a lot about you. Really? He told you about me? He did, and I apologize in advance for his behavior. I know how he can be around women. He might resent me telling you this, but I think he's got quite a crush on you. Yeah! Fuck this. He's barking up the wrong... I'm afraid he's barking up the wrong tree. I'm sorry, but my heart is already taken. And yet I tell you all this while I saw you arrive with your partner. Oh, and sorry to put you on the spot. It's a big sister thing. I can't refrain myself. You know, he never got lucky in love, and I don't know why, but I felt like it could have worked out with you. He bursts out laughing. But enough talking about my brother. Tell me more about yourself. What are you doing for a living? Do you like it here in the village? We talk for a good 20 minutes. Celine seems nice and outgoing, but I have a hard time deciding if it's not just a facade. I seem to lose her attention several times until, without notice, she leaves me hanging there to engulf herself inside the city hall. What should I do next? Man, I don't think she's the third option, but if she was the third option, holy shit. I'd probably go for it, just on my own principles. Clotilde Meltzer is chatting with a group of people smartly dressed, a vague smile on her lips. Her face is very hard to read. Is she attending this function reluctantly? Or is her distant and haughty attitude really revealing of her personality? I've decided on a new voice for this woman. Seeing me approaching, she apologizes to her guest and takes me aside. Mrs. Maltaire. Listen, girl, I'm talking with Dr. Zakarian and his wife. If you haven't been raised well enough to understand some common decency, I hope you'll excuse my being straightforward. But I'm afraid I have neither the time nor the urge to help you correct your lackings. So if you don't mind, I'll go back to my guests and you, I don't know, enjoy the buffet maybe? I wish you an excellent evening. Ah, fuck this. Actually, no. Do we just? I went off on Stan when we first met. Do I just continue just being a fucking terror to these people? Don't you ever disrespect me again. Do we want to just kick some shit? Do we want to just poke some bears? Because I might. I'm gonna poke some bears. What? Excuse me? Wasn't I clear enough to say it in the way you might understand? Off you go. Bye bye. Tell me what I did to justify such hostility. You're a delator, and the apples don't fall far from the tree. Now, if you haven't done anything yet, so you haven't done anything yet. But I'm no fool, and I know sooner or later your presence at the castle is going to generate a catastrophe. My husband entertains the romantic idea that you would be different, and that you weren't raised here, and that we should hold out our hand to the Deltors at the risk of being bitten again. You understand that I'm not of the same mind. The Maltese are self-made men, not like you, who always had everything. You may choose to ignore it, but you really were born with a silver spoon in the mouth. If you say so. Don't try to hide behind self-importance or a fake feeling of superiority, miss. It doesn't suit you at all. Stop insulting me. Tell me why you hate me so much. That's the slut you call your mother. Where is she? She wasn't brave enough to finish what she started, was she? I see you share a sense of style. Oh, fuck. I kind of walked into that one. What were you thinking? That you were coming to the farmer's harvest dance? I brought a date. I couldn't do it in Stardew, so I don't give a fuck about my mom, but I will defend my family. What could have happened that was so horrible that you're lashing out so hard on my family? I'm not responsible for what happened 30 years ago. 30 years ago? You're so off the mark, and yet there's only one possible issue, and it's the end of one of our families. What are you afraid of? My mother and I are the last Elators alive. Castle's threatening to become a ruin, and you have the city hall, your sawmill, and more money than you can count. For as long as you have the castle, you will still... You'll be a threat. But why? Is it about what's inside the tower? I've already said too much. Enough. Stop making a scene. You look ridiculous. I wish I could bid you farewell, but I'm afraid we're not rid of you yet, girl. With no further ado, she turns around, leaving me hanging there to go back to her guests. That was a productive bout of fighting. I realize there's a kind of sway in the crowd. I guess they're gathering around a tribune. I guess the unveiling ceremony is about to begin. Someone was walking against the current, splitting the crowd in my direction. Oh boy, it's time for drunk Stan! Daphne! It's Stanislaus. He's carrying a glass of wine. He seems a bit drunk. You came! Nice. Brush this fucker off. I don't have time to deal with this. Leave me alone, please. Something tells me you're gonna hate me for that, but I've been wanting to do this since I saw it for the first time this summer at the bakery. Without notice, he tilts me in his arms. He takes me in his arms and tilts me backwards. I look in his eyes and I understand perfectly well what was about to happen. Get the fuck off of me. Trying to hold him back, but his lips end up on mine. Luckily, I'm saved by a rasping voice that stops Stanislaus in his tracks. Ah! Isn't corrupting our youth enough for you? Oh, great. Beatrice Levesque is standing next to us and looks at me with a look of anger and reprobation. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, everybody die. No way, you're not gonna get onto me too. That's it. Yell at me. Show everyone your true colors. Even if they're oblivious, I know exactly what you are, vile temptress. I won't let you get away with it. I'm just doing the monarch for this woman, and I don't know. I feel like I was sort of trying to do what's-her-face from Oral, but... Come, Miss Maltaire. Don't let this sorceress seduce... Mr. Maltaire, don't let this sorceress seduce you. Enough already. I'm done with you insulting me. I warn you. I will cast a vile hex. Oh! This party sucks. Beatrice doesn't wait for me to finish my sentence before throwing the content of a glass of red wine at my face. That's for you, dirty. Surprised by the aggression, I step backward and fall over. I feel a sharp pain in my left hand. Ow, fuck. My cheeks get flushed. I have like a ball of heat radiating inside my chest. Dirty what? Dirty witch? Is that what you wanted to say? Stanislaus helps me get up. I feel something warm and moist dripping along my finger. I realize I must have cut my hand in the fall. See, I'm injured. Are you happy? Oh, don't just say shit like that. This is my fault. I should have stirred the pot. Since you're so sure that I'm a dirty witch, then I curse you. You're going to pay for what you did to me tonight. Is that what you were waiting for now? Are you satisfied? If I'm a spellcaster, as you say, why not put my powers to good use? Stir the cauldron. Daphne, your hand. Blood has been drawn. Careful what you're about to do. I have the perverse satisfaction to see Mrs. Levesque turning white as a sheet. She looks like a fucking Oblivion elf. She looks like she was generated in Oblivion or Morrowind. I hold her gaze until she gives up and turns on her heels. That's a raw-ass frame, though. Stan puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes me gently. Daphne? Daphne, do you realize what... I cut him off and lash out. That's enough now. Leave me alone. Stan's probably not. Stan seems okay, given his reactions to this event, but I still hate him. I strayed to the bathroom to wash my wound, mop up the wine from my face, and most of all, try to calm down. A couple yards away, I see Frank, dumbstruck, the keys of the van in his hand. He must have witnessed everything, but he knows me well enough not to try to prevent me from leaving. In the distance on the tribune, Yves Maltaire is taken to the microphone and is about to speak. My dear friends, neighbors, and fellow citizens. We got together to celebrate the start of the fall season. As you all know by tradition, this time of the year is dedicated to reflection and remembrance. It's a time when we think about our lost relatives who are waiting for us on the other side. But it's also the time of the offering, when we pray to the invisible entities for a mild winter. That's why our craftsmen have worked hard during the summer for this celebration, so that we'd be ready in time to show you the fruit of our efforts. As we're leaving summer behind to enter winter, this time of offering, as I said, seems like the appropriate time to renew our pact with our protectors. Those invisible forces who allowed our traditions to survive century after century, not to disappear because of invasions or external influences, and who bring us luck, happiness, and prosperity every year. Really are kind of sounding like a cult with every sentence, huh? So I'm proud to present you a physical representation of our pact, this statue, symbol of our community, that has been deteriorated by the years and the weather, and has been now made anew by the masterful hand of our new local craftsman. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you a sphinx statue. I know what's coming. Fucking there it is. The Sphinx. That was a good chapter framing. I liked how that was set up. That was the presentation of this game is really good. I think the way it structures scenes, it dips away from usual visual novel conventions when depicting scenes. It actually takes advantage of having unique art and visuals to drive a scene forward without describing it, which might be a little slightly antithesis of the genre, but it's a neat twist on it. Hey, it's November, just like real life. She's been transferred to intensive care yesterday night. It's unique. It's a unique entry in a medium, but still belonging in the medium. And she died earlier today. Oh, I cursed her. The doctors have done all they could, but they said her chances of survival are next to none. How did I get there? Though we're already well into November, I feel like this cocktail happened yesterday. And Yves Maltaire unveiled this statue of the Sphinx that looked exactly like the one I saw in my dream. I felt as if I was struck by lightning. I felt like the ground shifted beneath my feet. I doubted. All these stories about witchcraft, everything I've learned about my family so far, was there a glimmer of truth? Yeah, to your point, B, I believe this game actually was described as an interactive graphic novel, I think, was what they were sort of pitching it as. So it's definitely more on the visual element and relying on that to carry certain scenes alongside the dialogue, which is impressive. Fortunately, everyday life helped me forget about all these disturbing thoughts. I worked twice as hard at school. With all these papers to grade before the end of the trimester, it wasn't that difficult. Frank went back to the city 3 days ago. A job there he needs to overlook. Aw, we lost Frank. He told me he wouldn't be back before at least the end of the month. We lost Frank for November. Yeah. I was glad he told me. After the cocktail party, after Stan, I was afraid he would bear a grudge with me for a while. But he had the decency not to talk about it. Good guy, Frank. This long trip, though, is he already thinking of leaving the village for good? And then Stan tried to call me. Well, by calling me, I mean that my voicemail has been saturated by his messages. Take a hint, Stan. I was so angry at him. I must admit I deleted them without even listening. Ms. Delator? Are you okay? You look upset. What happened exactly? How did she get in this accident? Here's what her sister told me. Beatrice Levesque has taken the cliff road to pick up her son, John Baptiste, after his soccer game. The car seems to have skidded on a path of ice. It's horrible. And to think about her son. Yes, and you're the head teacher of this class. I count on your vigilance. John Baptiste is going to need our support to get through this. Besides, I'm sorry to talk about it in these circumstances, but I wanted to see you anyway. I know you're only here for 6 months, and that you're probably doing the best you can. But how can I put it? Your methods leave something to be desired. I don't think you're really cut off for this job. Oop. Sound got a little fucky there. Can we still hear things properly? The ambient wind? There's not a lot to hear actually right now. Anyways. Not cut out for this job, come on! I've been concerned lately. I must admit I've had a lot on my plate lately. These last months have been difficult for me. I understand. Listen, there's no cause for alarm, not yet. But try to put a little more heart into what you're doing, okay? I'll try to ask when there's music. Because it's really just ambient wind. Okay. Alright, we've gone through the main topics, but would you allow me to ask you something a bit personal? Can I ask you a personal question? Sure, of course. Of course, I'm listening. Stop me if I'm wrong, but how can I put it? People talk. I've heard you had words with Mrs. Levesque at the cocktail party. Did you, by any chance... I don't know how to say it. Well, no need to beat around the bush. Did you, by any chance... And let me insist on by any chance... have any part of responsibility in Mrs. Levesque's accident? Absolutely not. Magic isn't real. Absolutely not. And don't tell me you're giving any credit to this gossip. I'm a woman of science, and I condemn any of this backwards beliefs. Let's be serious for a minute, shall we? What are you thinking? That I pinned needles into a voodoo doll of Miss Levesque in the privacy of my attic during full moon nights? I'm very sorry for what happened to this poor woman, but the cause of the accident is not so mysterious. We're talking about a physical phenomenon that happens every winter that has a tendency to change liquid water into ice, a solid which has the unfortunate property of making cars skid out of control. That said, if you don't mind, I'm not done with my day, so if you will excuse me. Sorry if I upset you, Miss Delator. It wasn't my intention. Mr. Chastanet? Mr. Chastanet, rather. As if today wasn't emotionally charged enough, when I get to the castle, I discover a sports car parked in front of the house. Stop looking at me! Of course, I've already guessed the identity of its owner. Why'd you just let yourself into my fucking house? Walking into the hall, I find Stanislaus inside, sipping leisurely from a glass of whiskey while nonchalantly looking at the family portraits. I would have offered you a drink, but it looks like you've already taken the matter into your own hands. I pour myself a decent swig of the strong alcohol and light up a cigarette. It was open, so I let myself in. I don't regret it, since I've been waiting for you for a while, already at my second refill. Besides, I thought school teachers ended their day much earlier, don't they? I've been delayed. Daphne, we need to talk. I don't want to talk with you. If not answering your repeated calls wasn't clear enough, allow me to put it bluntly. I don't want to see you. Okay, guess my intentions are quite limpid, but I didn't come to... Well, to be honest, I didn't come only for this. Give me half an hour. After all that happened, I had to warn you. You really need to know about our family, the village, and everything else. I let a sigh out of my chest. All right, say what you have to. Stan takes a big breath and then starts. Of course, there's my father, his old projects and his old quarrel with Delators, and his sick obsession with the tower. But when I learned about Beatrice Levesque, that's when I realized the urgency of the situation. When I saw you do what you did at the cocktail party, I remembered everything I've been hearing since I was a child. All these unbelievable stories of witchcraft. I never had a real proof that any of this was true, but when I heard she was dead... Well, it's been haunting me all day. I had to tell you. Forgive my bluntness, but I have to ask, did you know what you were doing back then? I don't believe in magic. Not at all. Don't tell me you're also giving credit to these witches' stories. Don't you find it unsettling? Beatrice Levesque died in a car accident. Patches of ice have nothing to do with magic, goddammit. Daphne, it's been what, 3 months since you arrived? I don't see how that changes the fundamental laws of physics. I was born here. I've been hearing these stories for 30 years. It's neither the first inexplicable accident I've witnessed, nor the first strange coincidence I've seen. Very well. Let's say for argument's sake that I've cursed Mrs. Levesque. You realize it means I've killed her? That's not what I was saying. You didn't know what you were doing. Maybe, but try to understand that this witchcraft stuff goes against everything I believe, and that makes me, if any of this is true, responsible for the death of the mother of one of my students. I'm overwhelmed by emotions. I realize I've been holding my tears back since the director broke out the news. I burst into tears and Stan takes me in his arms. I let him. I'm torn apart by contradicting feelings, again. I think about Frank. He should be the one comforting me. Where's Frank? I shouldn't let myself go like that, but I can't explain why. I trust Stan. I might have been a bit quick to judge him. I need a couple of minutes to calm down. I have been railing against these men and his family this whole game. Don't make me just railroad me into Stan land. When he's sure most of the storm is behind us, Stan gently lets go of his hug and, looking at me straight in the eyes while holding me by the shoulders, says, "Please forgive me. I've been terribly inconsiderate. Of course, you wouldn't have known this would happen. I keep forgetting you're not from here, and besides, no one told you what was happening in the village. So I'm begging you, please don't feel guilty. It's us, the Maltaires, and the others who should feel guilty for not having warned you. Something else to tell me? I'm afraid I do. I believe my father made you an offer at that cocktail party, didn't he? Well, yes, about the tower, right? He wants to gain access to it, if I understood correctly. Exactly. If he hasn't come yet, it's that he's building a file with the city hall. Celine is in on this. He's making her work day in and day out. I'm sorry for her. He wants to frame everything before telling you of his plans. What can he really do to me? The house is legally mine. He can't throw me out like that for no reason. Maybe, but I assure you he's not joking around. Whatever happens, you mustn't accept the deal. Why are you so eager for me to refuse? I know Yves. Whether I wanted it or not, I've been dealing with him daily since I was born. He's a shark, and considering how much he resents the Delators, I can assure you he's going to do something that serves his interests, but mostly harms yours. Do you know what's inside the tower? Do you know what's inside the tower that would be this precious? According to the legends, the tower would have been built on some kind of magical vortex. I feel stupid saying that. A little, but don't let it stop you. Delators have always been an influential family in the area. Your family has kept to their traditions despite the law, and the name Delator of the tower goes from mother to daughter, with the eldest daughter being the spiritual guide of the community. A kind of Celtic great priestess, if you see what I mean. Since, well, Christianity never really got big around here, as you must have noticed. Story tells that your ancestor, the great priestess, had a dispute with my ancestor, and my family had no choice but to curse yours to save their honor. Since then, the Maltaires began to accumulate their wealth and prosper while the Delators went downhill. Let's assume what you're saying is true. It all happened a long time ago. Why keep this old coral alive? Curse wars! Curse wars! Wizard battles in days of old. Sorry, I'm starting my power metal band. Let's assume what you're saying is true. It all happened a long time ago. Why keep this old coral alive? I didn't do anything to harm your family, and besides, it looks like the Maltaires have already won the game, haven't they? They still don't have the tower. My understanding is that these blessings have a price, and all my father wants is to lift the curse that also weighs on my family. And the tower would be the key to all this. I can't let Yves go inside because he could... But I can't let Yves go inside because he would want to harm me? Exactly. It may sound stupid, but I have to ask. Do you know where the tower entrance is? I don't, but everyone in the village knows that it's been condemned after the events that tore both our families apart. Why did no one tell me then? Don't judge the villagers too harshly. They're naturally suspicious, especially when it comes to us. Should I prepare myself for other revelations, or are you done? I guess I told you most of it in broad outline, but you must have 1,000 questions. No. Tell me about your father's plans. As I was saying, he wants to get inside the tower, and he will stop at nothing. As I know him, he is going to try to win you over first. He's currently building a file with the city hall to open the tower to the public, while on the other hand, they would pay for all the maintenance costs. It could be worth it to at least hear what he offers, don't you think? It costs to keep the castle afloat or nothing to sneeze at, and the money I got with this legacy isn't inexhaustible. I don't have any other way to say it, and I don't have any proof except my experience and the trust you may put in my word. But I assure you, accepting anything coming from my father is a very bad idea. In the time of your grandmother, he was resigned not to get into the tower, but now that things have changed, he wants to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm sure he's about to come over with a very attractive financial setup, and he's counting on your supposed naivety to get to what he's after. Alright, let's say I refuse. What happens next? Depends. Depends on what? Depends on whether or not you believe in all this witchcraft stuff. It always goes back to that, right? Maybe, but it's a very lively notion for the people who live here. And then, whatever your position on the question is, Yves' threats are very real. You won't be the first to oppose him. But you have a lot of cards in your deck to manage to be the last. Your family. I must admit, I'm curious. Can you tell me more about them? I can just hit spacebar, I realized. I think you've already grasped the ins and outs. On one hand, there's my parents, Yves and Clothilde. We've been on bad terms since I'm old enough to understand the way they think. What do you mean? How can I sum up the Maltaire way? I would say manipulation and extortion under the cover of good education, and if that doesn't work, they throw money in the general direction of the problem until it's nice enough to disappear. Charming, but I'm asking myself, why do they stay in the village? I mean, with so much wealth, they could live anywhere, couldn't they? You mean less far from civilization? You're not wrong, but don't forget they're very attached to the area with their beliefs. They're too afraid they might lose their blessings if they leave, I guess. And yet, I'm only speculating. Yves decided I wasn't fit to be the top-rank heir long before I was old enough to be in the know. What about you? You ever thought about leaving? Of course I did, but with Celine and her son stuck here, I couldn't resolve myself to leave them alone in the mouth of madness. Sure, makes sense. Besides, I strongly suspect my father might be more or less responsible for the death of Celine's husband. A nice accidental death like he enjoys them, but be it supernatural or not. After all, since his own son wouldn't do, he needed an heir to pass on his great values, right? But it's awful. Welcome to my world. Of course, I'm doing my best to protect Pierre from all this, but I'm afraid I've already lost the war. He idealizes his grandfather, of course, and with reasons. He can be a very nice guy when he wants to. As for Celine, she's always kept out of this. But she was the perfect daughter. and my parents, with their traditional values, didn't have a lot of ambition for her. I think all they wanted from their daughter was a nice wedding that would preferably help the family affairs. Stan stops talking, staring at nothing. I don't know what else to say. Finally, he's the one to break the silence before it becomes too awkward. Well, that's it. You know everything. Don't care about you. Oh, weird. I can click and drag the text, which, like, this is a really funky thing. I can click and drag the text, and it refers to a file in the game's build, which is, like, I assume the documentation of whichever specific route and in the tree it's going to. It's pretty funny. I have nothing else to ask you. There's one thing I wanted to ask you. His eyes say a lot about the kind of subject we're about to discuss. But wouldn't I put my chances to reconnect with Frank in jeopardy by getting into this? And what if I... I'm not going to sleep with every guy who's nice to me. And what if I found a third option? What if I wanted to be a little gay about it? I'll see you to the door. I know what you're about to say. I thought it was clear. I'm sorry, but... Spare me the "it's not you, it's me" speech. I get it. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Days go by. Still nothing from Yves Maltaire. Must admit, I'm a bit worried with what he might be planning for me. I try not to think too much about it. What am I really risking? These stories of curses and witchcraft are just unbelievable. Yves Maltaire won't make my car fall off a cliff by putting a needle through a doll made in my image. That doesn't mean he's harmless, and I'm eager to finally get through this. I've talked to Frank on the phone. He helped me sort this out, put everything into perspective. I must admit I miss him. He promised he would do his best to come back soon. He said he had news and that we had to talk when he's back. Knowing him, I'm not sure if I should worry or get excited. There's also the Bortines. It's been a while. I'm thinking about Celine Maltaire from time to time. Not sure I figured her out, but I felt there was something going on with her when I met her at the cocktail party. Perhaps I could call her? Maybe we could see each other again. What should I do? Let's get girlfriend. Just immediately, alright. When I call Celine, she's a bit surprised to hear from me, but she quickly warms up the idea of having a coffee together. We meet up in the afternoon in a small tea room with a terrace that opens on a public square. Celine is waiting for me, cup in hand, while overlooking her son playing with the other children on the playground next to the terrace. The choice of the place becomes suddenly limpid when I understand the strategic location it represents for the young mothers of the village. But since my pregnancy accident, I avoid this kind of place like the plague, as it tends to bring back a farandole of bad memories. Jeez. Come on, Daphne. Let's talk like a normal person. Though I try to keep my composure as I take place in front of Celine, I guess I don't do a very good job of it, since she asks me with a worried look on her face. Are you alright? I would tell you, I'm gonna open up to you, Celine. Yes, sorry, it's kind of coffee shop with it's this kind of coffee shop with its playground. It reminds me of a difficult part of my life. Oh, yes, of course, what an idiot. I should have guessed. You're a delator after all. God damn. God damn. Yeah, your baby died because you're fucking cursed. Sorry about it. What do you mean? Well, the Delators always had fecundity issues. What the fuck is with these vocabularies? There's a hushed silence. Sorry, that was inconsiderate. No, it's nothing. It's me. I can't let this episode haunt me so easily, or I'll never get past it. Dig further. But what do you mean about the Delators always had fecundity issues? I hate this word. Hold on. I need to look it up. I need to look this up. The ability to produce an abundance of oxygen. Let me hear this pronunciation. I don't know if this is gonna play. This is a good time to test audio.
Fecundity.
Fecundity?
Fecundity.
Okay.
Fecundity.
Fecundity. Alright. That's something they say here, you know, all the local stories. It seems that the Delators, in exchange for being the spiritual leaders of our community, had to pay a kind of tribute. And this tribute was the sacrifice of the firstborn of each generation. But my mother only had one. But if I follow this logic, my mother should have lost a child before having me, right? Yes. Well, it's impossible. She was barely 18 when she had me. Listen, Daphne, it's just the word around here. I'm sorry if I offended you. Let's talk about something else, okay? We chit-chat for a while. We're cut off from time to time by Pierre Vess. He wants to show us a very fascinating stone, to ask for a cookie, or to tell us about the incredible adventure that just happened to him in the playground's fort. That's Celine. That's Celine who finally gets right to the thick of it, telling me from nowhere. So, now that we're through with niceties, we can get into the real reason you've called, don't you think? I'm quite sure Stan has told you about my father's plan, and you want to get it out of me, don't you? Our conversation has suddenly taken a strange turn, and I feel like I'm on a minefield. I'll have to choose very carefully what I say next. I recognize she's not wrong. You're not wrong. I didn't come for that, but since you're asking, I must admit I'm a bit curious to know more. Ah, I knew it. You Delators are really all the same. But no, I knew it was too good to be true that you had a hidden agenda when you called. She gets up and looking at me scornfully says, Don't waste your time. You won't get anything out of me. Takes her son by the hand and they both leave in haste. As for me, I stay there, dumbstruck and a bit worried. Damn it! I should have weaseled my way out of it. Boy, these sure are all lit up. There's no save scumming in this game either. You can't backtrack. Like, this will just... Or will it? Yeah, no. It goes right back to the choice. Now I'll never be a lesbian. I pay the bill before going back to the castle. Guess we'll go talk to the old people. When I knock at the outbuilding's door, it's Mrs. Bertini who answers. Oh, hello, miss. What brings you here? It seems she put her knitwork aside to greet me next to the fire in an armchair. I make out the silhouette of Mr. Bortine. He looks at me from behind his newspaper, the local daily news, and puffs on his pipe as I enter the room. He greets me with a nod. I was just checking in. It's been a while since we saw each other. Yes, you're right. Time flies. When we heard about Mrs. Levesque, we were sorry for this poor woman, my husband and I. Smells like another trick of the Maltese, if you're asking me. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why would the Maltese want to get rid of a housewife? Do you mean that you knew her, miss? Well, knowing her is a big word. She was the mother of my students, and she had, how can I put it? Let's say she had some preconceived notions about the Delators. Miss Bortine turns white. But, excuse me to say it bluntly, but have you cursed this poor woman? Before I have a chance to answer, she goes on. Without knowing, miss, how could you have guessed? Did you hear that, Gerard? We should have warned her. Mr. Bortine puts the newspapers down on his knees and looks around with a piercing gaze. Come on, Gilbert. You were just saying a couple days ago that these stories were nothing but stories. If I had guessed... You must realize what you're saying doesn't exist, Mrs. Bertine. Curses. You don't make people have car accidents just like that with the power of the mind. I'm afraid you're wrong, miss. You don't know the legends of this village. Alright, then tell me about it. Feels like there's a lot of things I'm missing about the village, my family, the Maltaires. Tell me about the legends. Tell me what you know about the tower and the local legends. What do you want to know precisely? You told me the Sphinx was on a coat of arms of the Delators. Why? Yes, that's right. You can see it on the family crest. I think it's related to the story of your family. You can see the Sphinx all over the village, and you are the descendant of the family who used to protect the tower and its contents. Follow me, I'll show you. Mrs. Bertine puts her coat on. I follow her to the tower. She shows me a shield with the coat of arms of the family, carved in bas-relief on the outer wall. There it is. See? I can clearly make out a tower surrounded by two sphinxes. We silently go back to the outbuilding. But this sphinx has nothing to do with Egypt, doesn't it? That's not you talking. This sphinx has nothing to do with Egypt. Doesn't it look more like the one from Greek mythology? Like the sphinx protecting Thebes, who asks riddles to Oedipus, I guess. Nice! Nice spelling of Oedipus. That's fun. Well, miss, I can't say. A couple of years ago, we saw a documentary on the TV, my husband and I, and we told ourselves, looks like the statue in the village. You remember, Gerard? Mr. Bertine mumbles something unintelligible, even looking up from his news. Hostile Maltaire told me that, as long as I had the tower, I would be a threat to them. Clothilde. What does she mean? Oh, well, that must come from the stories about the tower, but I'm not sure I know much more. Tell me what you know. What they say is that the region is magic, used to be a place of pilgrimage in the old times, people coming to be healed or to join the festivities for the passing of the seasons. I can't tell you why, but the legends say that your ancestors used to perform miracles. My ancestors? The Delators? Yes, the Delators, but it was before they built the tower. I don't know how they were called back then. Also, your family had the duty of protecting the village, as the place was said to be magic. It would draw demons, and there were rituals to perform so that the source of power wasn't polluted by these evil spirits. When the Christians colonized the country, the region closed upon itself. People from the village built the tower on top of the source to keep it secret, and the village became a place of memory. I didn't know this period. It was way before I was born. I'm not that old, come on. It's my grandmother who told me the stories from before the Maltaires came around. What are the Maltaires doing in all this? They begun with the Yves's grandfather, the old Gustave Maltaire. When he was a child, the Delators took him in at the castle because he had a gift for miracles. He was an orphan coming from the marshes. To be welcomed like that was a great chance, but apparently it wasn't enough for him. He wanted more. I've known him a little. He was already an old man, but a difficult character. I recall he used to give me the creeps when I was a child. He gave me the straight willies, I tell you. Anyway, it's since about that time that the Maltaires began to amass their wealth. That's when the accidents started to happen. If anyone went against the Maltaires, something bad happened to them, every time. And then the Delators began to go downhill. In the end, there was only your grandmother left. Then you came. Why did you wait to tell me all this? You were from the city, you didn't know any of this. If we had told you about spirits of the forest or a magical source, what would you have thought? And yet we thought it was only old stories. We weren't born at the time of the miracles, and we don't know much anyway, my husband and I. What's this curse? Tell me what you know about this so-called curse. I can't tell you much about this, miss. The Delators were known to be as miracle makers, but it's been ages since anything like that ever happened. It was before I was born. They used to say that your family had a gift. Can you tell me what happened with Mrs. Avec? Maybe it will jog up my memory. And tell her what happened. Maybe that's the words you said without knowing, and also your wound. That must be the thing that unleashed the spell. But, no way. I refuse to believe that saying anything could have the consequence of killing someone. You realize what you're saying? It's sad your grandmother is no longer with us. She would have explained everything to you. Yes, I guess I'd like to get the step-by-step guide on how not to kill your neighbor. And yet, I still think it's a trick of the Maltaires. It would be very twisted, don't you think? Ah, well, nothing surprises me with those thugs. By the way, Gerard saw Maltaire's son's car in the yard the other day. Didn't you, Gerard? He didn't bother you, I hope, did he? Yes, he visited me indeed. Don't worry, he behaved himself. I'm glad to hear that. If he bothers you, give us a call. Gerard has long since been looking for an excuse to shoot a cartridge in the rear of this one. Thank you, but I don't think that would be necessary. It's gonna shoot him in the ass. About Mrs. Levesque. Tell me more about Mrs. Levesque. You seem to know her. Knowing her is a big word. Let's say she was the talk of the village some years back. Really? Why? Her husband was a brute, the kind who drinks too much, if you see what I mean. There were several incidents. It went on for a couple of years. Beatrice Levesque would never have filed for a divorce. And then Yves Maltaire supported her when her husband disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? Did he pass away? No. Well, I don't know. Just like that, he disappeared. It's said that Yves Maltaire would have driven him out of the village. Beatrice Levesque was sure it was thanks to the Maltaires when she was working at City Hall. Well, you'd better not get caught saying ill of Mr. Mayor when she was around. I understand. That said, Yves did a good thing on this one, didn't he? Depends. No one really knows what happened to Levesque, and even so, a nice gesture once doesn't redeem you from life of bad deeds, don't you think? It means her son Jean-Baptiste is an orphan? Well, yes, but don't worry too much about him. Her aunt took him in. You must know her. She's the wife of the fishmonger, you know, at the market. It's a good family. I'm sure they'll take care of him as if he was their son. I suppose they'll be none the worse for it. Bye. I have to go. Thanks for answering my questions. So, you know everything. Well, Gerard, we told her everything, didn't we? Well, Monsieur Bartine puts on his pipe, then nods in agreement. We're just the wardens, my wife and I. You're never in the know. The grandmother, she could have told you, warned you. It's a lot to swallow. But everything you said, it's a hard pill to swallow. A curse, a magic source, evil spirits. I feel like I'm working towards a completely bad end. Just like, this is stupid. Whether you want it or not, it's in your blood, miss. It's your legacy. What should I do next? Fucking wait, I guess. Just want to be gay with his daughter. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Yves Maltaire continues to shine by his absence. I tried to concentrate on my classes at school, but after all these revelations, I have a hard time focusing. To top it all, the director told me I would be inspected by the local education authority, which adds to the general climate of anxiety. I'm in a forest. It's the same dream again, the one I had last month. I have a feeling of déjà vu, but something has changed. I run to escape this presence that follows me. Once again, I get to the pool in the clearing. I draw closer to catch my reflection. It's the same image as last time, but it's more precise. Almost more real. My hair is short and blonde. I'm wearing a very fashionable outfit. Fascinated by the strangeness of this image, a complete opposite of what I look like now. I've never worn my hair short, but I surprised myself finding it quite attractive. I touched the reflection, and after a moment of darkness, I'm in the garden again. When I get to the statue of the Sphinx, its gaze is different. She looks forward with defiance and determination. That's when everything changes. I'm moved by the strength and the stability that seems to emanate from the statue. This time I don't let myself fall into the darkness. This time I find the courage to turn around and confront the threat the Sphinx is staring at with her inflexible look. That's when I see the beast for the first time. We watch each other for a second that seems to last forever. And without notice, the beast throws itself at me. It's when its claws are about to lacerate my belly that I wake up screaming and sweating. That's cool. That's cool art. December. I'm about to go to the market when I hear a car coming up the path. I think about Frank right away, as he said he was coming back these days and must be eager to talk. I'm surprised to see a big black sedan parked in the yard. But when I see the large silhouette with graying hair coming out of the driver's seat, I realize it's Yves Maltaire. To be honest, more than 1 month after the cocktail party, I wasn't waiting for him anymore. He waves at me, goes around the car, takes a big file from the passenger seat, and then walks in my direction. He's brandishing his file like a trophy. Good morning, Daphne. As you can witness, we've been working very hard, my daughter and I. You're wasting your time. Fuck off. Listen, Yves, you're wasting your time. I don't want to open my home to strangers. Please, allow me to insist. What we prepared for you is very interesting, I assure you. Get out of my house! You're on private property. I'm going to ask you to leave, please. But let me at least... Get out of my house! I already said it! In the corner of my eye, I notice Mr. Bertine walking up the path, a rifle in his hand. Oh, Miss Daphne. Mr. Maltaire. He stands by my side, gun in hand, as if he was ready to use it. You alright? Miss Maltaire isn't bothering you, I hope. Listen, Gerard, I was just chatting with Miss Delatour. If you don't mind giving us some privacy, please. Mr. Maltaire is about... We hear a car going up the path and we all direct our attention to the entrance to the yard. A small rental car gets inside and parks next to the castle's front door. A tall woman of a certain age gets out of the car and walks towards us with an assured pace. Mom? I guess it's high time I arrived. Looking at Yves Maltaire, she says, Hello. Hello, Daphne. Gerard. Yes, madam? Please fire a warning shot, will you? Mr. Bertine looks at me, waiting for a confirmation. As I'm not reacting, he complies and fires upward. Yves has lost his smile and looks at my mother sideways. Listen, Sophie, be reasonable for a change. We haven't seen each other for 30 years. Do you really want... Completely ignoring Yves Maltaire, my mother turns to Mr. Bertine. Gerard? Yes, madam? You can fire the second shot at Yves if he hasn't left the property in 30 seconds. Very well, madam. Then I'd like you to bring my luggage to the yellow bedroom in the west wing. Of course, madam. Oh, and send Gilberte, please. I'd like her to make us coffee. I need to have a talk with my daughter. Shoot the bastard! Shoot him! I follow Mom into the living room. A few seconds later, we hear the sound of squealing tires in the courtyard, then the noise of the engine dying in the distance. Did you get my letter? Her? Yeah, did you get my letter? Yes, but in September, as you can witness, I had already accepted the heritage. Ah. But why did you warn me? But I don't understand. Why did you need to warn me? Are you kidding? I arrived finding Yves Maltaire in the courtyard, and you're asking me why I warned you? I came back as fast as I possibly could, but it seems it was too late anyway. What were you doing in Asia? When you got your scholarship, your life was on track, and I no longer had to worry about your future, so I decided to go back to school. I had enough of going from a crap job to another, so I took a correspondence course on international trade. 3 years ago, I was hired by an investment bank. They quickly offered me a promotion, but I had to move to Hong Kong. Since you had burned the bridges, and I thought you were safe anyway, safe from these family issues, I agreed to go. How could I foresee your grandmother would pull this trick on me? Even in the grave, she continues being a nuisance. I sent you this letter as soon as I heard your grandmother was dead, thanks to the family notary who contacted me out of courtesy. I tried to take a leave of absence, but I was working on a large deal, and my bosses insisted that I stay until we signed. Of course, it took longer than I would have liked. Something doesn't add up. You're the direct heiress, so you should have been the one to succeed, shouldn't you? Your grandmother made me sign a paper stipulating I was renouncing the inheritance when I left the village. I thought it would protect you, but I'm not a lawyer, and knowing your grandmother, she must have found a way to bend the law her way. She must have foreseen it would happen that way. You need to tell me. On one side, grandmother seems to have planned everything to make sure I got the house, and on the other, you're telling me I should have refused the inheritance. I know the village is a nest of vipers, with the Maltaires and the Delators' reputation, but don't you think I had the right to know my origins? I don't think you're grasping the gravity of this situation. Until then, Yves didn't know you existed. Now that he knows who you are, it changes everything. Tell me then, why cut me off from the rest of the family? Why putting so much effort to keep me in the dark? Very well. Listen carefully and answer me honestly, can you? Without an agreement? Do you have strange dreams? Maybe. Yes, maybe. But I don't see what's unusual about that, Mom. About a sphinx, right? How do you know that? And a kind of presence in the forest? But she cuts me off before I can go on. Were there strange accidents since you came here? Not you two. Can I conclude it's a yes? And I suppose it happens to someone who's harmed you, right? She had a car accident. I'm not responsible, goddammit. With a hand gesture, she asked me to stop talking. Another thing. Did you find the entrance to the tower? No, I didn't, and no one was able to tell me where it was. Okay. What do you think is inside? Probably a library or something. Oh, it's a place of worship of sorts? Or a library? Exactly. It's both an antique place of worship and a library. Most of all, the tower contains the archives. The archives? I didn't notice her coming in, but Mrs. Bertine is serving a cup of coffee. Gilberte? Yes, madam. Tell Gerard to come to the basement. Very well, madam. Will it be all? No. Ask him to bring a pickaxe, please. I follow Mom to the basement. Oh, we're really getting into the shit now. Let's go, Mom. We go through the wine cellar, then we take a corridor. We go through a little room, then another, where some old furniture was stored. There's an old tapestry depicting a hunt which almost entirely covers the wall in front of us. I don't remember going in there during my expedition when I was myself looking for the entrance to the tower. Do you feel something? I get close to the wall, trying to feel a draft or a small change of temperature that would reveal the location of the door. No, I'm sorry. What should I feel? I see a great relief coming over the face of my mother, her features relaxing instantly. As I'm about to talk again, we hear a noise coming from behind. Ah, here comes Gerard. Gerard, can you take down the tapestry, please? Mr. Bertine complies, and I jump in to help him. Let Gerard do it, Daphne. You're going to get dirty. Mom, you're exaggerating. Mr. Bertine is not your slave. Yes, you're right. I just got here, and I'm back to my old ways. When I've left everything behind so that you wouldn't be raised by these horrendous values... Excuse me, Gerard. I'll be more considerate. You know, with my Gilberte, we're happy to lend a hand, and we don't do this for you, but for your daughter. But don't forget we're retired. We're no longer in our prime. We move the tapestry to the other side of the room. Mom and I on one side, Mr. Bertine on the other. Could you break the wall up there, Gerard? She points to the location in the middle of the wall. There's some planks behind the plaster. Shouldn't give you much resistance. And indeed, a few minutes later, the planks that were hiding the entrance to the tower have been torn apart, revealing a wooden door. Oh my! I never would have guessed the door was here. Mom opens the drawer of a nearby cupboard and takes out a large and finely worked key. Do you want to see what's inside, Gerard? Oh no, madam. I'll come back later. You must have a lot to discuss with your daughter. I'll go back home, if you don't need a guy anymore. I'm sorry, something about that phrasing. It's really funny to me. If you want the boys out of the room, I'll leave you ladies alone. I'm running out of water. Of course. Thank you, Gerard. Mr. Bertine salutes us with a nod. No boys allowed. Oh, and Gerard. Yes? Thank you for taking care of Daphne during my absence. Mom redemption arc? We get inside the tower, and after going up a flight of stairs, I discover a large room dimmed in darkness. Mom takes a candelabra from the table and lights up the candles with the matches that have been left next to it. Then she proceeds to light the other candles spread around all around the room, and little by little a soft light illuminates the large circular space. The floor is made of a huge granite stone on which were carved an interlacing of geometric shapes. Celtic origins are obvious in the patterns used and by the way the ornaments were done. But they are all very well preserved, in contrast with most ruins from the antiquity that have been exposed to centuries of bad weather. The walls are covered with shelves loaded with documents, either books with leather covers or scrolls rolled up on themselves. Oh, we found the mother lode, kids! We stay quiet for a while, then Mom breaks the silence. This is your legacy, Daphne. What's inside all these books? It's the memory of the village. The most ancient were written by our ancestors 1,000 years ago. The tower was built on the site of the old place of worship, but because there seems to be some kind of magnetic anomaly that helps preserve them. It's a bit far-fetched, but yes, I guess the local perturbation in the magnetic field of the planet might explain this. I guess that if I brought a compass in here, the needle would spin erratically, wouldn't it? Mom looks at me dubiously. What? I can be a scientist and still have an open mind. You're on the site of a place of pilgrimage of the antiquity, a place where they performed the miracles. When the country was colonized and the inhabitants had to convert to the new religion, the region closed upon itself. Our ancestors built the tower and began compiling all the oral knowledge of the old times. The Delators, the order of the priestesses, have welcomed the representatives of the other cults, coming from everywhere, trying to escape persecution, wanting their knowledge to survive at any price. To sum it up, you're inside one of the largest libraries of cult knowledge in the world. We silently go back to the living room. The ambience is ominous, and it feels like what just happened will have a huge impact on my future. Mom takes an armchair. I sit on the sofa. Well, we aren't going to chill in the room and talk about it? Like, maybe read some stuff? So do you understand why Yves Maltaire can't at any cost get inside the tower? Because it would give him even more power in the village? Exactly. To my great relief, you don't seem to exhibit any predisposition for the miracles. But do you understand why our ancestors protected the library? I won't let them walk over me. Yves Maltaire has been abusing his dominant position for too long. I can't let him go on any longer. I'm gonna fucking kill this family. Even if I don't believe in witchcraft, it's high time someone puts him in his place. I agree with you completely. Yves will be back soon enough, but now that he knows you're back, he might be less polite and obsequious. In that case, we'll have to be on our guard. Exactly. But enough talking about all this. Tell me about your life. About all I've missed. We stay there for a long while, Mom and I, chatting in the living room. Then I go get some groceries at the market and we prepare dinner together, both enjoying this renewed complicity. We got Ma back! A couple days later, I'm at the bakery getting some bread. Just when I paid and I'm leaving, I find myself face to face with Celine Maltaire and her son. Hey, it's not too late, right? Can we kiss? There's a moment of surprise in this. As I'm about to greet her, she starts yelling at me copiously. Oh, okay. Copiously. Congratulations. I'm glad I came across you. I haven't had the opportunity to congratulate you on the classy way you welcomed my father. I try to be nice. I even agree to have coffee with you, despite the reputation of the Delators. And 2 weeks later, you welcome my father with a rifle. If I didn't have my son with me. Saw we. I don't know. Okay. So, like, on one hand, I may never be a lesbian. But also on one hand, I might be able to repair this relationship. At least a little. On the other hand, I feel like I've picked this option very consistently. And just stirred shit with reckless abandon. But also, I don't know. Celine, I don't know if she's like in denial about what is clearly going on. Or something, or she's like she might be just like in denial about this whole affair and like maybe buying into the family feud, but like on the side of like, I don't know. I don't know. Do we choose violence, gang? Do we choose violence as we always have done, or attempt peace? It's not even a guarantee. I don't know if there's no hope. I truly don't know anything about that. And I haven't done anything to spoil myself. I just don't know. Now, you know what? No, fuck it. Fuck it, man. I'm sure, you know what? I see a replay of this game in my future because I can already sort of pick out like how some things may be subtly altered. I don't know. I'd be fascinated to see how extensive the changes are depending on certain positions or certain combinations of choices and stuff. Big stretch. Yeah. We'll give this one moment. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do two things. Y'all. I'm gonna make a poll. And then I'm gonna go get some more water. There you go. Vote now on your phones. I'm gonna be right back. The people have chosen violence. Surprising no one. It's a tough choice, I know. We all love to be gay, but we also love to rip a bitch apart. So let's go. You never get tired, you all, the Maltese, of all these unfounded accusations? Think for yourself for once instead of believing everything your father says. Damn, get her. And when I thought we could have been friends, but I'm afraid I've been wasting my time. I've been working on this file for a whole month, and you don't even have the decency to give my father 10 minutes to listen to what we've prepared. And then you want to make me pose as the nasty one? Have a look in the mirror, Daphne. She turns on her heels. I'm a bit wounded by her behavior, and most of all by the way her father manipulates her. What a shame. Okay. So, like, whatever at this point, but now I'm, like, extra sad because the implications are, yeah, we could have formed a friendship, and she's drinking the Kool-Aid, but maybe we could have, like, eased her into thinking a little more broadly, being a little less narrow-minded. And that's sad. I'm sad to maybe lose that potential. Gay or not. After all these emotions, the tower, Yves Maltaire, life took back to its normal course. Of course, I'm still concerned about what the Maltaires might do next, now that Mom is back at the castle. I had Frank on the phone, but he seemed to have something else on his mind. He told me he would be back and we'd have to talk, and I don't know what to make of it. I have the strange feeling the story of our first breakup is playing itself again. I hope I'm wrong and that it's nothing but a bad feeling. I don't know, I didn't really pursue it, Daphne. With all these adventures, I had completely forgotten about my impending inspection at school. So when I find a man in a suit waiting in front of the classroom the following week, I'm a bit caught off guard. He introduces himself as Mr. Mueller, National Education Inspector. He tells me he will be following me all day and observe the way I teach mathematics. He takes the seat at the back of the classroom and starts taking notes. I teach my class as usual. I see the man make a face while I'm explaining, with clarity and verve, a slightly complex theorem. I decide to put his grimace on the count of some lackings in basic geometry from his part, and I go on teaching without letting it bother me. At the end of the day, Mueller greets me coldly, criticizing my method as being maladjusted for middle school students. I try to defend myself more and more vehemently against this so-called authority who stays deaf to my logic and my arguments. Girl, these kids are like 13. Tone it down, college. With your fecundity. When I get in my car and drive back home, I'm already fuming. How dare he? Sparking to the yard, I discover that Frank's van is already there. I'm glad he's back. He's been away a long time. As soon as I'm out of the car, I see him waiting for me at the threshold. Daphne. Hello, Frank. We need to talk. Yeah, you said that like twice. I follow him to the living room. I can see he's fuming. I haven't seen him in a state of cold anger for a very long time. Not since the day I'd taken my things and left him 6 months ago. Our relationship is at a crossroad again, and I'll have to choose my words carefully if I want to avoid a bloodbath. Whoa. Came across your mother. She told me to do what I had to, and that you shouldn't wait for her for dinner. Okay. Stay silent a while, carefully avoiding each other's gaze. Frank ends up breaking the silence. Takes a big breath and spits out. I don't like the actual situation one bit. It can't go on any longer. I know I probably forced your hand when I moved into the village without consulting you. Besides, you've been acting strange since I came here. Oh no, gang. Frank wants an answer. Frank's done playing games. I don't know, I kind of like Frank. I feel like he's my only friend now. Frank gave us like 2 months to get our shit together. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I don't have to have any romance at all, truly, but like, I don't know. I would like someone... I feel like if I say no to him, he's just gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna leave. This is the girl boss run. A little, but like, I don't know. I haven't been mean to Frank. It's always been a very jovial relationship and outside of casual fucking. If I say no, he has no reason to stay. It's true. Like, I don't know. He found work here. It's just like we could still be buddies here, but also it's probably not how he's thinking. Let's hold on to Frank. I kind of like Frank. Maybe something good can happen. But I don't want to lose you. Ah, now you don't want to... Oh, this is backfired. Now you don't want to lose me. Would you imagine, Daphne? That I would stay at your feet just like that, waiting quietly for you to throw me a bone? If you really wanted to give us a chance, you should have behaved differently. That's also fair, Frank. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Oh, jeez, Frank. I'm sorry. I've been so bad. Could you ever forgive me? Well, it's... I don't know. Jeez, Frank. We could still be buddies. I behaved bad. You're right. I behaved badly and several times. I'm sorry I put you through all this. No, I know. I was very into that falsetto. Sure, I'm right. I think you made me come to this cocktail. Just send me back to the castle so that I would be out of your way for you to flirt with this rich kid. Oh, hold on, Frank. Hold on. Yes, I know about your kiss. All the village speaks about it, as you might have gotten. Well, now you're just getting into some fucking misunderstandings here, Frank. You were there. You could have stopped him, huh, Frank? You ever think about that? Come on, Frank. You're better than this. But it's him who kissed me. I'm sorry, but from what I witnessed, you kissed him back. Frank! You're wrong. Never mind. It's only a drop in the ocean anyway. Besides, there's this cursed thing with Mrs. Levesque. This poor woman. Don't tell me you believe this nonsense. Doesn't matter if I believe in it or not, but the Daphne I used to know would never have frightened anyone with this threat of a curse. Guess it all went to your head, your inheritance, the castle. You've changed. Sure that deep inside you like to let people think you're a witch. I've been denying magic forever. Frank, come on. I'm not a witch. You've changed. Even the way you look. I don't recognize you anymore. The way you dress. Side part in your hair. Frank! I thought you were a real one, man. Yeah. That's an interesting calling attention, though. I did kind of wonder that as I was playing. I bet her hairstyle is like something that shifts. I think I've been making a lot of mean girl choices, which I'm pretty sure is what the moon is. I'm pretty sure the sun is like, oh, I'm being good, I'm being polite, and then over here is logic and occult. I've been a little bit of a bitch this run. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look like you, Daphne. There's an awkward silence. I have tears in my eyes. Frank seems to be deeply in thought, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. When the feeling of uneasiness has invaded the space to the point of being unbearable, I decide to speak, telling him, "Please stay with me, Frank." Stay. Sorry? What Please don't leave me. I've been stupid. I didn't know what I was doing. Will you forgive me? He hesitates for a while, and then the hammer falls. No, I'm sorry. We're done, you and I. He gets up, looking down on me with horrendous disdain. God damn, Frank! I guess I didn't fucking shut out Stan hard enough. Farewell, Daphne. I wish you a lot of happiness with your castle, your Maltares, and your witchcraft stories. He leaves the room. When I hear the engine of the van disappear in the distance, I'm struck by the conviction that I'll never see him again. Shit! After Frank has left, I stay alone in the living room, dumbstruck for a long time. And without notice, I burst into tears. How can he be so cruel? I'd forgotten how much he could hurt me. I think he even called me a witch. Me! I have a PhD in mathematics, goddammit! The tears finally dry up. I pour myself a glass of white wine from the fridge and decide to reserve a cigarette to calm my nerves. As I walk across the house, I realize my mother has made herself extremely discreet. I don't know if I should be grateful or blame her again for having her ways to avoid the situation. I go to my bedroom, take my pack of cigarettes, light one up, and let myself fall at the foot of the bed. I realize I'm in front of the mirror. The image reflected is that of a young woman, a bit pale, with her makeup smeared on her face. Besides, I realize my hair is all messed up. Suddenly, I decide that I've seen enough of this halo of long hair that falls in my eyes. I better become a platinum blonde bob. I think I let it grow this long to please Frank. Damn, girl. Damn, girl! Without hesitation, I take a pair of scissors, conveniently stored at arm's length in the sewing box. I gather the strands of the back of my head and give it several raging snips until I'm left with a long auburn ponytail in my hand. I feel somewhat better, seeing my face framed by this uneven bob in the mirror is sending back to me. Almost freed. I decide the evening has been loaded with enough strong emotions. I undress and get under the covers of my underwear, leaving a mess of clothes and snipped hair where it fell at the foot of the bed. Never nice again. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We are a queen bitch. When I wake up the next morning, it takes me a while for everything to come back up in my memory. We're queen bitch, and that's why our mom came back to be nice to us. She recognizes. We finally joined the family proper. But when I touch my hair and discover the strands are way shorter than they should, it all comes back to me. The inspector, Frank's departure. I take a quick breakfast and a shower, then it's time to get dressed. I have more than enough hearing everyone call me a witch, so I decide to give up for now any item that cast any doubt about my views on this matter. Instead of putting on my usual clothes, I chose a shiny black pair of leggings and a nice top that I couple with a long golden necklace. Inspecting my reflection in the mirror, I'm quite satisfied with my choices, but I can't deny the evidence. My skills as a hairdresser are not very sharp. Let's go get a real haircut. A phone call later, just to make sure they can fit me in, I'm sitting in front of a mirror at a hair salon of the village. The cosmetologist hairdresser has given me a magazine with a whole bunch of hairstyles to choose from, not without telling me that I made a big mess when I told her about what I've done. I'm leafing through it frantically, trying to find the cut that would best answer my needed change when she finally decides to put me out of my misery. Found anything you like? I'm not sure. What would you recommend? I assume you're in for a brand new look, aren't you? She opens the magazine at a page showing the picture of a young woman who's wearing some sort of very blonde and very edgy short bob. The complete opposite of my old style. Not gonna think about that. You're lucky. You have the perfect bone structure for this kind of geometric hairstyle. What do you think of this one? Moved by a sudden impulsion, I hear myself answering, that looks just perfect. Should I make you a platinum blonde too? This time I hesitate a second before asking myself what I'm risking. Sure, make me blonde while you're at it. What the fuck is happening? We chit-chat while she snips around in my hair. I'm surprised not to be more panicked seeing the massive hair that's piling up on the floor of the salon. And she bleaches and dyes what's left, and with the help of a large amount of gel, spray, and sophisticated hair blowing technique, I watch the new Daphne emerge. I take a minute to contemplate my reflection before leaving the chair. I'm pleased to see that distinctive attributes usually given to witches have been completely erased. On the contrary, the mirror sends back the image of a confident woman, spirited and sure of herself. This new haircut will probably be harder to maintain than my old longer hair, but I guess it's a price I'm ready to pay. With a smile on my lips, I pay and jump into my car to go perform my duties. The holiday season came very fast. I spend them at home with Mom and the Bortines. No news from Yves Maltaire, not since he came to show me his offer, and his plans were stopped by Mom. I decided not to worry about it yet. I need time to get over everything I learned. Nice! Now this is French. I feel somehow powerless against this threat. I know my best weapon against the local obscurantism is still my Cartesian and scientific mind. I took advantage of the school break to prepare my classes in advance, so I went head on into the program of the next trimester. Helps me take my mind off things. Preparing basic geometry exercises helps me clear my head. I love how I've kept this woman so grounded. I've kept her so anti-magic. Like, I think I've made maybe a couple choices that flashed magic, but she has been so grounded that she has this fucking platinum blonde girl boss reawakening, and she's sitting here still fucking talking about how she is really into preparing math. I still have these strange dreams, but they're different now. I'm still in the forest, but the episodes of this pool and the Sphinx don't occur anymore. I must admit, I've given up trying to make sense out of any of it. Every time the dream ends up with my meeting with the strange beast, we look at each other for a while. I have this feeling it's trying to tell me something, but can't put it into words. As if it wanted something from me. Then it hurls itself at me and I wake up in sweat. It's time for the final month. Then, classes start again. I grudgingly go back to school. On one hand, practicing mathematics reassures me a lot against the eeriness of the village. It also helps me take Yves Maltaire out of my mind. But on the other hand, I have the feeling I'm not at 100% of my capacities with this job, which consists mainly in instilling easy-peasy theorems into children who have a hard time following my reasoning. I'm just too fucking smart. Look at me, I'm too smart and sexy. When I see Mr. Mueller, the inspector, coming to see me on a Friday afternoon, and he takes me aside to have a talk, I'm a bit worried, all the more since my contract is about to end. Quite surprised when, instead of giving me a dressing down, he congratulates me for having righted the ship brilliantly and tells me he thinks he found me an unexploited potential. Seeing my brilliant university degrees, the fact that I'm completely overtrained for the job was a revelation for him. He offered me a promotion. It seems the local education authority has been blaming Mr. Chastanet for his inertia and lack of leadership for several years, and they asked if I would be interested in taking over the direction of the school. Holy shit, we really hit the girl boss route, huh? Of course, I'd have to undergo some training and bide my time with my students until then. Thus, when I'm asked to the director's office a couple days later, I have somewhat of an idea as to what they're about to talk about. The room is poorly lit. I can make out the silhouette of the director slumped behind his desk. He watches me enter with a gloomy look. Hello, miss. Take a seat, if you please. Mr. Chastanet? As I'm sitting down, he rummages around in a drawer and finds a bottle of spirit and 2 glasses. Want a little one? No, thank you. Don't worry. It'll stay between us. Ignoring my refusal, he pours me a dice, pours himself a large swig, drinks it in a gulp, and serves himself another one. I believe you've seen Mr. Mueller. Well, yes. Don't play the innocent. I know what's going on. I have my sources at the local education office. 30 years on the job. 30 years of loyal duty. I saw this coming, you know. I could smell bad news from a mile away. Believe me, you won't teach an old dog new tricks. Listen, Mr. Chestnut, don't take it this way. I take it as I want to. For 30 years, I've been keeping my nose clean. I've been bowing my head. All for what? Stares into emptiness as if he had lost his train of thoughts. Yes. Pours himself another one. What was I saying? Something like 30 years I've been bowing my head, I think. Well, yes. Soon you'll be in my shoes, and you'll understand the weight of the administration. I should have seen it coming. All these stories with the dilataires and mafools. And now with Sophie back in the village. We used to be friends, you know, Sophie and I. Well, I mean, Mrs. Delatour, when we were young. We had a blast, you know? Really? Well, yeah, sure, but it was before she became infatuated with Yves Maltaire. I knew it would end up badly. I saw it coming. Sorry? Yves Maltaire and my mother? Ah, you didn't know? He looks at the window with wet eyes. 2 times. 2 times I fall for it. All thanks to your damn family. You know, I was a teacher once. Physical education. Well, we used to call it gym back then. Hope you won't forget me once you're behind this desk. Hey, buddy. Fuck sentiment. What happened? What happened between Yves and my mother? My career. My life's work is about to be taken from me, and all you have to say is this? Burst into tears. I don't know what to do. Out of my office. But I command you to leave. Leave me alone. This poor man is a sore sight. I leave the room in silence. I don't have the heart to kick a man when he's down. Looking forward to the evening to have a little talk with Mom. It's gonna be a long day. Hey, am I a mafia daughter? Did I just turn into mafia daughter? I do have blonde hair now. Whoops. When I get home, Mom is preparing dinner in the kitchen. She watches me enter and probably feels I have something on my heart. Daphne, are you alright? You're pulling a face. We have to talk, Mom. I talked to Chastnut today. Ah, something wrong at work? Let's see, you heard about my promotion and didn't take it very well. Well, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Chestnut was half drunk and he let out something about a story between you and Yves Maltaire before you left. Care to explain? There's an awkward silence. Mom dries her hands on the towel and takes a deep breath. I knew the story would resurface sooner or later. And it didn't occur to you that, I don't know, I might want to hear it from you? Rather than from Jean Chestnut, of all people? I'm sorry, Daphne. When I arrived at the castle, there was so much to tell you. I told myself I could wait, that there was no emergency. And weeks went by, and then the holidays, and then you went back to work. Couldn't find the right moment. But I swear, this time I'll tell you everything. First things first. Let's elephant in the room, Daphne. Is Yves Maltaire my father? Great gods, no. Whew. That's cool because I think I was sort of crushing on his daughter. Anyways. But I must confess we had somewhat of a youthful flirt, Yves and I. As you must guess, he was different back then. He wasn't the man he's become. I mean, they were leading us. We both wanted to be free from this prison of our families. Your grandmother, Adelaide, had a hard time accepting it at first, but she quickly realized that an alliance might put an end to our old quarrel. For the Maltaires, it was just scandalous. Maltaire's heir getting mixed up with a Delatour? Perish the thought. They doubled up on their efforts and ingenuity to break us up, and they succeeded. Yves broke my heart, and all our plans went down the drain. What happened next? It took me a couple months to get myself together. I did. I must admit things I'm not proud of during that time. I wanted to wound Yves as much as he had wounded me. I had my share of one-night stands. I wanted him to do something, anything, to open his eyes. It was stupid, I know that now, but we were only 18. And then I got pregnant. So, who's my father? Do you even know? No, I've never been sure. And it didn't matter. Not to me, neither to your grandmother. It was a tradition. Women have always been at the head of the House Delatour. Some of our ancestors took partners, like your grandmother, but most of them remained single or had several lovers during their lives. The fact that there was no father was somehow in our ways. The only thing I'm sure about is that it's not Yves. And then? Is it your pregnancy that made you leave the village? In a way. Mom hesitates to talk. I feel like I'm getting to the heart of the problem. Mom, I have to know. I feel like there's something very important that's left unsaid about my birth. It can't go on any longer, do you understand? She looks at me, overwhelmed. I'm very conscious about her about to dig out something she tried to forget, to bury deeply during all these years. We're all leaning closer to the screen. It's not the pregnancy that pushed me to leave. It's the death of the baby. I feel a shiver running down my spine. It brings me back to something I went through myself only a year ago. Do you mean, did you lose a child before having me? I don't get it. I was expecting twins. I've lost your twin sister, Daphne, and it's Yves Maltaire's fault. My head is spinning. I tell her I need to go to the bathroom, but in truth I go spend a minute alone in the living room. I need a cigarette. A twin sister. How could she hide it from me all these years? And the fact that she lost her, it's a lot to process. When I get back to the kitchen, Mom is at the window, smoking a cigarette herself. I like how we're dressed the same. I've become Mom. How could you hide this from me, the sister, for all these years? She looks at me sadly with deep melancholy. What would have changed? Besides, how can you blame me for keeping it from me when you went through the same thing yourself? Oh, don't look at me like that. I talked with Frank before he left. He told me about the baby you lost. It's been our curse for more than a century, ever since the Maltaires offer our children in sacrifice. It's impossible. I'm still on this kick, but it's impossible. You can't cause a miscarriage with what anyway, a magic ritual? It's the only explanation. Each generation of Maltaires pledges to offer the firstborn of the Delators. It's how they took over the village and keep it in power. Generation after generation, they weaken our bloodline. Your grandmother was sure that because you survived and were in fact the firstborn, you'd be the one who would break the circle. That's why I left. I didn't want her to take part in your education. She would put this burden on your shoulders. And what about math? Mom, can we talk about math? Besides, she was wrong. As you said, you didn't show any magical power after all. Anyway, life goes on. I know what you went through must have been hard. But if I could overcome this, I'm sure you can do it too. We look at each other, and that's when Mom understands. She finally understands this truth I can't say out loud, not without collapsing. There won't be other children. I open my mouth, but words don't come out. Don't say anything, Daphne. I understand. We stay there in silence. What else is there to say? If it's true, it means that Yves Maltaire is responsible for the death of my sister. Maybe for the death of my child. Maybe even for... I don't know what to believe. I think about Miss Levesque, and I'm engulfed by doubt. I know I've been passive. I know I have to act. This time, I'm very angry. I need to kick some ass. Between my mother keeping things from me and the Maltaires who spend their time doing what, anyway? Spreading lies? Or can there be an ounce of truth behind all of this? I don't know what to think anymore. I could confront Yves immediately. I've waited long enough. If he can destroy a life like that by snapping his fingers, someone has to stop him. But is it really a good idea to go blindly ahead? Then there's Celine Maltaire. I know Yves and she are close, at least at work. She might have information about what Yves is planning. I know we're somewhat on bad terms, but I am hopeful that I will be able to persuade her to help me. What should I do? Do we go straight to kicking his ass or go for the reach around? Tactical espionage action. Hey, maybe we can work to convince her. Maybe there's one last bit of hope. Or because we've done so bad, anything good that comes out of this will end in her betraying us and killing us. I go to the city hall at dawn the following day. The receptionist gives me directions and I embark on a complicated treasure hunt. I end up entering a large office where I find an agitated Celine, the handset of the phone in her hand. There's a box in the corner of a room filled with some folders and a picture of Pierre Vest thrown inside quickly. Celine seems lost in her thought, indecisive. I call out to her several times before she realizes I'm there. She stares at me, surprised. Daphne? I've been trying to call you for like 10 minutes. She seems lost. But what are you doing here? Well, I wanted to talk to you about your father. I know we left each other on a misunderstanding, and I'm sorry if I've hurt you, but I really, really need your help. No, it's all my fault. I've been living in a lie for years, and I wasn't ready for the truth. All that time I've been living in my father's shadow, ever since my husband died. Oh, I'm not deaf. I hear what they say in the village. Daddy always told me to let them talk. That it was good for business, all these local superstitions. That I shouldn't worry about any of this. I mean, not wrong. But also, let's be gentle about it. I understand. I tried to tell you. I didn't do a good job of it, but I tried. I must look like an idiot, accepting everything without ever seeing the big picture. I'm ready for the betrayal. She smiles faintly. You must realize all these stories are unbelievable, right? What happened to make you suddenly believe in all this? Yesterday, I spent the evening at my parents'. My father excused himself at dessert, pretexting an urgent file to work on. I offered to help him, of course, but he refused, so I remained in the kitchen to chat with Mom for a while. Pierre Vest went to play in the living room, and something like 10 minutes later, he came back running into the kitchen. He was in tears. He wouldn't calm down, and I didn't understand what had put him in that state. He was pointing his finger towards the door of the basement. When I decided to go check, Mom tried to prevent me, but of course I went anyway. If my son... Her voice breaks down. She seems to make an effort to keep calm. So I went down to the basement. I heard the voice of my father. He was speaking to someone. When I entered the room, I saw, I don't know, a kind of shadow? Seconds later, the shadow had disappeared and I realized Dad was holding a long knife. There were candles all over the floor and strange drawings. I ran upstairs, took Pierre Vest in my arms and left without looking back. I couldn't sleep that night. This morning I dropped Pierre Vest at school and I took my phone to call you. Because yesterday I heard my father whisper Sophie Delator several times as I was going down the stairs. There's a long moment of silence. Celine looks upset. It must be nothing, but I would be more at ease if you warned your mother, Daphne. I'm afraid for her. Do I... I kind of want to nosedive into logic above reason. It's fine. Come on, there's no need to panic. I don't think her life is at risk. Mom spends her days at the castle. What could happen to her? Listen, I've seen this happen time and time again, so yes, I think her life might be at risk, Daphne. Please give her a call. I wouldn't forgive myself if she ended up sharing the same fate as my husband. Very well. After all, it doesn't cost anything. Can I borrow your phone? I ring Mom's mobile answering machine. I try the landline at the cancel. No answer. That's when I begin to panic. I call the Bertines. Gerard picks up. I ask him to go check at the castle, see if everything is in order. Celine is white as a sheet. Listen, Celine, it must be nothing, but I can't reach Mom. I'll go back to the castle. Yes, of course. What are you waiting for? Celine, thank you so much. I'm sure it must have been hard for you. She smiles faintly. Don't thank me. I feel so stupid. I know I chose the path of least resistance. After my husband died, I was lost. I had no job. We were about to move, and there was Pierre Yves. I was a widow looking for work with a toddler. When Daddy offered me work for him, I agreed. And every time something weird was happening in the village, I looked the other way. He always had an explanation anyway, every single time. I couldn't resolve myself to give credit to these superstitions. It would have meant my own father was probably responsible for the accident that had killed my husband. But it can't go on. I can't convince myself that all is for the best any longer. I understand. Oh, and if you need anything, you know where to find me, okay? Thank you, Daphne. I might take you up on your word. I hug her, then return to my car. No, it might be too late for her. Oh, no! I see smoke over the treetops even before reaching the path to the castle. When I get to the courtyard, I discover Mr. Bortine in shock, surrounded by a squadron of firefighters. Ah, Miss Daphne, a chance you called me so quickly. What happened? I found your mother unconscious in her room. There was smoke everywhere. If you hadn't warned me, I'd rather not think about it. The ambulance has just left. The nurse told me she was very lucky. You know how the fire started? Oh, miss, it's probably my fault. Your mother must have wanted to light the fireplace in her room. The chimney hasn't been swept for ages. It's not your fault, Mr. Bertine. Besides, if you hadn't been there to save her... The fireman gets close to us. A new character. Are you the new owner? Yes. Hello, madam. Captain Ribier. We're all French. This is very much a French game. Your mother was lucky Gerard got to her so fast. It was not very smart of him to run into the house like that, but it's probably thanks to him that she's alive. Well, otherwise, we got to the origin of the fire. You got lucky there, too. It was just a chimney fire. There's no structural damage, but you'll have to refresh some of the wallpapers. I like the increasing implication in this route that we've been taking. That we've been so logic-brained this whole time that we are basically rolling to disbelieve magic, and it's been working. And we have just been shaped, and the world has been shaped by our skepticism, and everything has just been perfectly reasonable, and people are being okay. Like this crazy curse has happened, but oh, she's fine. It was just a chimney fire. I feel like if I was more magically inclined and going down a similar road, the house would have just burnt to the ground. Or some shit, you know? I don't know. You'll have to refresh some of the wallpapers. Thank you so much, Captain. Do you know where my mother's been sent? It might be a small town, but we still have a small emergency center. At least for now, you'll find her there. Spend the evening at the hospital. The doctors tell me they're doing all they can, but Mom isn't out of the woods yet, and their chances are not that good. I wait anxiously in the waiting room, hoping she'll regain consciousness, hoping the doctors will tell me I can see her, and hoping they'll say at last that she's going to be alright. Oh, that doesn't look good. As I've just fallen asleep curled up on a chair in the waiting room, a man in a white coat wakes me up gently. Mom has woken up. She's weak. She's alive. The doctors have decided to keep her under observation for a couple of days. I don't know what to think. If Celine hadn't warned me, my mother would have died asphyxiated for sure. Can I really believe it's just a coincidence? I go home in a state of shock. Days pass me by in a daze. I've lost the notion of time. Is it Wednesday? Thursday? I don't know. Not anymore. It's Monday, baby! Getting my mother back just to almost lose her again so suddenly. Is Vesmalter really responsible for her accident? Is all this nothing but a cosmic curse that keep pursuing me? Since I lost the baby, the inheritance, moving in, I'm lost. I hear the doorbell. Someone's at the door. Is it Yves who comes to torment me? I don't have the strength to get up, even less to go answer the door. I'm waiting for someone to answer. I call Miss Bertine. No sign. She gone back home? The doorbell rings again. I wriggle out of the sofa and go to the entry hall. I hesitate again for a second, then I gather my strength and open the front door. Who's there? Who? Fucking who? There's a middle-aged man on the other side of the door. If his overall look and the smell of cold tobacco weren't saying enough about his political views, the red scarf doesn't leave any doubt. Hello, Daphne. I'm Jean-Pierre Tavernier. Yes? I'm coming in the name of the workers of the sawmill. Do you have a minute? Right? Yeah, B. This is what I'm saying. This is super what I'm saying. I think the stream might have cut out while I was saying it, but I was super saying that, like, I think the main character's belief in the magic is it. Well, okay, maybe I'm taking it a step further than you, but the curse of belief being maybe real, but only if you believe it. But also, to your point, I realize that you're just the general notion of Edith Finch and Higurashi stuff. But yeah, that that belief is more powerful than any actual magical force happening. I don't know. Anyways, what sawmillman? Yeah, sure. I'll talk to you. What can I do for you? I just wanted to give you this. He puts a big bouquet of flower into my arms. When we heard about your mother, we all chipped in. We wanted to show our support. The Maltese have been exploiting us for years, and we feel that's enough. I understand. I've had enough too. I'm gonna fucking kill him. I understand. I've only been here a few months, and I already have it up to there. Ah, I knew we'd see eye to eye, you and I. You were a teacher, after all. What do you mean? You're a civil servant. You must be for the fair sharing of the wealth, right? Well, I'm not here to talk about politics, but if you ever want to, I'm your man. I know people from the village didn't welcome you warmly when you arrived. And then, I must confess, neither did I, with your castle and everything. I thought you were on the oppressor's side. Fuck yeah, local communist. I realize I've misjudged you. Comrade Kamas. This one rules. All this to say you have friends at the sawmill. We've all had enough of the Maltese and their schemes. Please kill the mob for us. That's nice, thank you. So that's it. I won't keep you any longer. The workers of the sawmill are behind you, and in the village, the wind of change is blowing too. We're going to stand up, and the people will be freed from the shackles of the tyrants. Sorry, see, I'm already getting worked up, and it's not even the big night. Have you changed the water? Of the flowers? It's important, you know. Oh, yes, sure. Okay, I'll get out of your hair now. Have a good day, comrade. Yeah. He gets back in his car, opens the door, and before getting behind the wheel, he turns back to me and lifts his left fist. He speeds away and disappears the bend. Power. I must admit, I didn't see this one coming. Ollie Hooper said I won't get up one morning to find a battalion of strikers setting up a coffee sausages barbecue in the courtyard. What the fuck has happened here? It's okay. I will say, I have taken every opportunity to be like, hey, fuck this family. I'm going to destroy this family. There is no situation where I'm going like, oh, these guys might be good. I'm just like, I fucking hate these guys. So that's great. These guys coming by and being like, yeah, we heard you really hate these dudes. Right on. You're our friend now. The rest of the week passed me by like lightning. I spend my days working at school, then rushing to the hospital to be at my mother's bedside. I know he won't stop at this. Mr. Bertine went inside the wing to evaluate the damage. We've been lucky. A fresh coat of paint, new curtains, and he assured me it would be as good as new. The couple of wardens have been particularly affected by the accident. Mr. Bertine looks even more impenetrable than usual. As for Mrs. Bertine, she's got very discreet, and I doubt she's left the outbuilding much the last few days. But what surprised me the most are the messages of support from the village. Apparently they do get out of the house to walk with me every once in a while. I didn't realize that on the heels of Jean-Pierre Tavernier, so many people would reach out to us with their regards and their support. That's why when Mom finally gets out of the hospital, I'm only half surprised to see a small reception committee waiting for us in the courtyard. We look at each other, Mom and I feel she's deeply moved by this attention. Since she's still too weak to stay outside in the cold, I bring her to the door. Then, once she's warmly inside, I turn around to thank everyone for coming. Our mother has done a very important thing, and it's survive. And seeing someone able to survive the curse of a powerful family is how you inspire revolt. That's when I see a big sedan coming up the alley and the figure of Yves Maltaire getting out of the car and coming in my direction. Oh, he's coming right at me. Once he's next to me, he greets me with a little sardonic smile and then faces the little group. From the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Bertine walking quickly towards the outbuilding. I'll get the gun. When I decided to come checking in on Miss Delator following her terrible accident, I didn't think I'd interrupt a popular uprising building up in my back. Oh, I know why you're here. And that's certainly not to check in on my mother. Really, Daphne, such an unfounded accusation. For his audience, he adds, you know the rebels usually bring their sticks and pitchforks at the village's square to take by storm the den of the evil queen, not the other way around. And to be honest, you all have a short memory. How many of you feed their family thanks to the sawmill? He points to a man with his finger. You, Mr. Brunel, didn't I lend you some money when you wanted to open your cobbler's shop? He turns to someone else. And you, Mrs. Legendre, when your husband died and you couldn't make the ends meet, who found you a place to live? A whisper is building in the crowd. All of you, at one time or another, turned to my family for help. And now what? You stabbing me in the back? Disowning me after all I've done for you? All that to support a stranger? As Yves puts his hand to his forehead, pretending to be profoundly disappointed, someone yells at him, But she's a Delator! A Delator? For more than a century, the Delators have wrapped themselves up in this so-called dignity, while it's us, the Maltaires, who did everything to make the village prosper. What's left of this so-called ancient glory? A decaying castle. What have you done for the village, Daphne? Well, I'm listening. What have you done? I'm a teacher. I've educated children. I think my role in this society has been pretty noble, frankly. I teach math. I'm running the school now. Yves gives me a black stare, and I know I'm going to have to choose carefully what to say next. What have you done for the village? Oh, this is a really important choice. Okay, hold on. I think playing the victim might be a little too strong. But I'm afraid that argue might also be too strong. But calm things down. That ain't right. Ain't right. This guy doesn't deserve peace. I don't want to give this man peace. But I don't know what tactic I would like. I don't know. You're right. We have chosen violence, and look, sometimes you gotta play it cool. Sometimes you gotta play it cool for a second before you strike. But it would be consistent in that I've always gone for the throat as soon as a Maltaire just fucking steps to me. I go for him. So yeah, alright. Yeah, let's break this shit down. Argue. You say that you want to help people, but everyone can see that everything you do for yourself. It's wrong. I did more for the village than the Delators ever did. Then how do you explain so many of your fellow citizens reach out to me with words of support and friendship, Mr. Mayor? There's a whisper growing around us. For the first time, Yves doesn't know what to say. I can't believe this. You must have put a spell on them. Are you really saying that to me when you have been taking advantage of these beliefs for years? Go home, Yves. You're making a fool of yourself. You think you have power, but as soon as anyone refuses to bow to your rules, the House of Cards collapses by itself. I warn you. I cut him before you can finish his sentence. What are you warning me of? Are you confessing for the fire that sent my mother to the hospital? Don't push me. You don't know what I'm capable of. I have wicked sorcery. Pachow! You don't scare me. I'm not even going to indulge him. Stop trying to intimidate me with your yapping, Yves. It won't work. It's my turn to look at him from above. You're a paper tiger. He stares at me with a mix of anger and helplessness. I meet his gaze and we stay there, face to face, for a long while. This sprite of Daphne. Ma'am? Girl, boy, yeah, just kind of like tugging at my collar a little bit. That's a look. That's a powerful look. That's a powerful gaze. He finally looks down. You know the way out. I'm sorry, but I have to tend to my mother. I'm sweating a little. I turn away, preparing myself to break the crowd as witness the scene speechless. But he pulls out a gun! Someone yells at me to beware. I don't have— oh no! I don't have time to turn around when I hear the sound of the gunshot. Yves collapses to my feet, his hand red in blood, holding his right shoulder. A couple yards away— okay, no, never mind. It's my homie. This motherfucker thought he could sneak up on me. A couple yards away, Mr. Bertine is holding a hunter rifle. The barrel is smoking in delicate curls floating upwards towards the sky. Right? It's time for the epilogue. I just had confirmation of my flight. I'll leave tomorrow morning. So will you manage without me? We're in the garden, Mom and I, enjoying the first days of sunshine with a coffee. A couple of months ago, this question, instead of being rhetorical, would have been a tricky one. Not anymore. Since the incident with Yves, the Maltaires have been very discreet. They say in the village that Yves doesn't leave the city hall much anymore and that his convalescence was difficult. Yeah, he got fucking shot. I don't know what the future holds, but I really hope that the storm is finally behind me. Daphne? Oh, sorry, Mom. Yes, sure, don't worry. I think I'll manage without you. We're interrupted by Mrs. Bortine coming back from the courthouse. She's coming towards us with a smile that must mean good news. So, what's the verdict? He was discharged. With the number of people who witnessed in his favor, the judge didn't really have a choice. In the end, what made the scales tip to the side of self-defense is the testimony of Mr. Tavernier, a worker of the sawmill. He swore under oath that he had seen Yves Maltaire take a knife from his pocket. I guess that, for once, no bribe could have changed the verdict. Mr. Bertine must be relieved. Oh, sure, miss. He wanted to stay home to rest, but I came right away to tell you the good news. Gilberte, since you're here, could you give me a hand? I have some luggage to move down. Of course, madam. Show me. I follow him with my eyes as they get inside the house. Man, the typos, man, come on. I pour myself another coffee and I stay there, daydreaming. That's when I see a tall blonde figure going up the path. She comes towards the castle at a determined pace, but seeing me in the garden, forks in my direction after a moment of hesitation. Oh. You're not the blonde I wanted to see. Hello, miss. I was about to ring you when I saw you. I allowed myself to come to you directly. Clothilde Maltaire seems very ill at ease, and to have exchanged her haughtiness for a dose of humility. Fuck you. Listen, Clothilde, as you must have guessed, you're not welcome here. I don't take myself any pleasure coming here, let me assure you. If I chose to see you, it's because I made the gamble that you had enough good education and common sense to give me a minute of your time. Alright, fine, fucking whatever. I let out an unintentional sigh and tell her to sit. I'm listening. Daphne, I admit it. I underestimated you. I would never have believed seeing you that you would have stood up to my husband for so long, that you would be so appreciated in passing by our little community. Come on, Clothilde, don't soft-soap me. I don't think you're the kind who apologizes. You're right. It might be because I didn't have to apologize for anything for a very long time. Besides, as you might have guessed, I'm not here for that. I'll get straight to the point if you don't mind. It came right away after the end of Mr. Bortine's trial, but the verdict wasn't a surprise, and I've been mulling this over for a while now. You know my husband. He has defects in his qualities. Something tells me you don't see it this way, but I assure you, Yves has a good heart, despite what you might think. I'm about to interrupt her, but she stops me with a wave of her hand. Please, Daphne, could you be kind enough to hear me out before insulting me? It might surprise you, but let me tell you something, will you? I've never really believed in all these witchcraft stories. Oh, I can clearly see their benefits, but let's be serious for a minute. I'm glad to hear you say it. Thank you for being straight with me, but you're only confirming my suspicions. Yeah, you're a scientist after all, with your big brain. I guess nothing can shake your indefectible belief in science, can it? There's an awkward silence. Anyway, sorry to be blunt, but your view on the issue doesn't interest me at all. However, you might have noticed my husband is a true believer. And the last events between you and us really took a toll on him, you know? I don't think he'll ever forgive the way you ridiculed him in front of the village. And now, with this decision of justice... Fucking look down, pathetic. He reaped what he sowed. It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, he only reaped what he sowed. You're right, Daphne, and believe me, I deplore it got down to this as much as you do. All I want is for all this to stop once and for all. You don't have anything to gain, you and I, by keeping this animosity alive. I know I can make my husband listen to reason, but for that, I need you to make a step in my direction, Daphne. Do you understand? What I offer is to unite our two families to end this old quarrel once and for all. Unite our families? What do you mean by that? I know my son has a particular affection towards your person. What I'm suggesting is a wedding of convenience. Fuck off. Now bring your daughter and I'll think about it. A wedding of convenience? We're not in the 19th century anymore. Listen, I can assure you stencils can be very charming. You won't have to love him, nor good gods be faithful to him. All I'm asking you is to keep up appearances with the people of the village. We'd give you our blessing, of course, and that would unite our two families while putting the end to our quarrel. What do you say? Fuck no. I won't let your family have any say in my heart affairs. And I think this idea even crossed your mind. You really don't know me. I come to you with the best intentions in the world, and this is how you receive me, your own mother? No, just kidding. Be careful, Daphne. I can make your life really miserable. We stare at each other for a while. I burst out laughing. Could you tell me what amuses you? I'm very serious. You'll regret taking this lightly. Really, Clotilde? Either you're in denial or you take me for an idiot. Excuse me. You have no hold over me. You just told me you don't believe in witchcraft, and even if you did, you're in a dead end anyway. Let's say your husband asks the entity that is supposedly at your family's service to do his dirty work again. To whom would you want to direct his vengeful arm? Me? I don't know the rules. I guess that if he could have got rid of me with the help of this so-called entity, your husband would have already done so. Of course, Yves might think of blackmailing me by threatening, I don't know, Mr. or Mrs. Bertine? If we consider the fire was his fault, we can't say he pulled it off splendidly. Mom is sound and safe. Besides, you know it. The local population is very superstitious, and I don't have any doubt that if anything happened to one of my close relatives, they might come to some conclusions of their own. Without starting a popularity contest, I think we can both assume that causing an uprising is not really in your interest. Well, except if you want to deal with a riot, or, I don't know, a strike at the sawmill. See what I mean? Oh, and of course witchcraft doesn't change the equation. My reasoning on public opinion stays relevant in both cases. He's a pretty good guy. And yet, I don't see you calling a hired killer or playing with the brakes in my car to get rid of me. You have done it already. With all that said, we don't have anything else to discuss. I go back to my book while she remains there motionless, consumed by cold rage. After a while, I add, Goodbye, Clotilde. She turns around and goes away. I follow her with my eyes until she disappears behind the trees. Send your daughter my way, alright? Haven't seen Clotilde since this spring day. A couple weeks later, the news of Yves' death began to circle... What? Circle around the village. He would have hanged himself at his office at the city hall. Clotilde left the area without a trace, taking with her most of the assets the Maltaires had accumulated for generations. Little by little, people began to talk, and the shady deals Yves had made were revealed. Quickly, the Maltaire name was no longer a synonym of respect and fear on the lips of the villagers. Perish. Time passed. The days got longer. Little by little, the summer heat came to warm the old stones. In August, there were rumors about the financial stability of the sawmill and its eventual closing. There was a climate of anxiety in the village. After all, it was the first time for more than a century that the population couldn't look up to the Maltaires, neither to guide them nor as a scapegoat for all their trouble. In the end, even if the Maltaires were the architects of their own demise, it all left me with a bitter taste in the mouth. I'll run the sawmill. Hire me. I'm a genius. As for me, I've spent most of the summer break studying. When school started again, I came back, but this time as the interim director of the school. If someone had told me the turn my career would take only 1 year ago, I would have never believed it. I'm ever so grateful for the unbelievable series of events that brought me here. The weird nightmares have been less and less frequent until they have stopped entirely. There's still some things I can't explain. The death of Mrs. Levesque, my mother's accident. I try not to think about it. Is there any semblance of truth, or was it all nothing but a manipulation with Maltaires? I guess I'll never know for sure. And it's probably better like this. I'd rather focus on my career. With the school, this large ship to govern, and the satisfaction year after year to form all these students. To transmit good values and prepare them to the adult life. It's a bit like I have a very large step-family. Could things have turned out differently? I wonder about it from time to time. What would have happened if I had chosen a partner to share my days? My troubles? If I had believed in magic more and the contrary doubted? No, I super doubted. What? If I had given to anger, to despair, or perhaps to calm, to leniency, would my life be different? Would I myself be different? I don't know. I've gone with the flow. I've done all I could. I've swung above the ground for a long time, hanging on to the comfort of my certainties, of my doubts, and under the constant threat of the calling of the void. I've let my feet guide me one after the other, along the edge. She said the thing! Achievement unlocked, Eulogist of Progress. 1 year solitude. Damn, no romance. Achievement unlocked. Achievement unlocked. Hegemony. Firefighting. Short hair, don't care. BF. They're just gals being pals. Fuck you. Easy going, yeah. Social niceties. Okay, so maybe there's no gay option. I'm sorry to perhaps because it seems the third option was being alone. BFF. BFFs. Like a virgin, what? Up for good times and stuff like that. Okay, so this is like the basic alignment chart also. Which probably, these probably tie into the core endings. And core story progression. I wonder what this one means. Big happy family. These are probably a series of endings. This is fascinating though. Yeah, like the combination of good person logic. I think this is why the sawmill started kind of fucking up. But maybe if I did this, it would have been a little bit of a brighter future for the town, but with no magic. And then there's this shit. we took hard steps against all magic in this playthrough. It's really funny, actually, to think about the notions of witchcraft and shit, and I'm just like, no, I'm a science. I love science. I could have done the arranged wedding. This is wild. This game's cool. This is one of the, me and my BFF magic. Arrange us to be gay, god damn it. That is frustrating. That is frustrating. Love at first sight. Fuck off. I don't think Stan deserves it, even if he was okay. Dude seems like a real dick. Well, that's gonna be it. That's Along the Edge. She said the damn title, so we have to end the game. Thank you all for joining me for this Macabre Monday.